Chapter 2160. It's over. Xiao Ta's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The next moment, Yang Yanxue directly took Xiao Ta away, leaving Yi Xian alone in the field. Very soon at the end of the distant horizon, Yi Xian heard Xiao Ta's mournful scream. Yi Xian, resist? Xiao Ta naturally did not dare to resist Yang Yanxue. He resisted Yi Xian but did not dare to resist Yang Yanxue. Who did not know that Yang Yanxue was the princess of the Yang family? Yi Xian shook his head. This Xiao Ta did not even use his brain when he spoke. Really? What a sin. Not caring about Xiao Ta and Yang Yanxue, Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. Not far away there stood an old man. The old man wore a blood-red robe. His hair was white and there were some strange runes on his face. His entire body was filled with an evil aura. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You are the mountain master of Burial Mountain?" The old man said hoarsely, "Yes." Yi Xian suddenly pointed at the old man angrily. "How dare you send people to kill me? Who gave you the guts? Don't you know who I am?" The old man stared at Yi Xian. Old man is a little curious. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the mysterious heaven token appeared in his hand. "Do you know what token this is?" The old man's expression was rather ugly. "Mysterious heaven token." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Do you know what relationship I have with the owner of Celestial Treasure Pavilion?" The old man stared at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian suddenly walked towards the old man. Seeing this, the old man frowned. "What are you doing?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't you want to kill us brother and sister? Come on, beat me to death." The old man's expression was rather ugly. Yi Xian continued, "Come and kill me. I promise I won't call anyone." The old man. At this moment, many experts from Burial Mountain appeared in the surroundings. When they saw how arrogant Yi Xian was, their faces were unsightly to the extreme. Too damn arrogant. How inhumane. Someone was about to attack, but he was stopped by Burial Mountain's lord. The profound heaven token. With this token, it meant that Yi Xian had obtained the approval of the pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and the pavilion master, when he thought up to here, Burial Mountain's expression couldn't help but become solemn. He was extremely fearful towards the master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion because he'd been taught a lesson by the master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. He was an indescribably terrifying person. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Don't all of you want to kill me? Come on." The elder collected his thoughts and looked at Yi Xian. "Young man, don't push your luck. Although you are." At this point, his pupils suddenly constricted. In the next moment, everyone watched as the old man's body became illusory. He slashed forward. All the experts from Burial Mountain were stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian while terror filled his eyes. Time? How can you return to the past? That's impossible. Yi Xian was quite puzzled. Isn't returning to the past very simple? What? You don't know how to do it? The old man was speechless. The old man intended to say something, but a ray of light flashed in the next moment. The old man was completely annihilated. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. He glanced at the surroundings. Who else? Who else? The eyes of the experts from Mount Burial were filled with fear. Instantly annihilating an eternal realm expert? That was too terrifying. Yi Xian was about to attack when the experts from Burial Mountain suddenly fled in all directions. They were extremely swift, and they vanished from Yi Xian's field of vision in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian didn't pursue them. He opened his palm, and the spatial ring of Burial Mountain's lord appeared in his hand. He glanced at it and there were a few hundred star god veins. A few hundred. Yi Xian put the spatial ring away and turned around. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue walked over with Xiao Ta. Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Yanxue gazed at Yi Xian. "You dealt with Burial Mountain?" Yi Xian nodded. Yang Yanxue was quite curious. "How did you do it?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Previously we killed an eternal immortal realm expert from Zhongshan. I guessed that there were not many experts of this level in Zhongshan. Therefore, after I confirmed that they only had one eternal immortal realm expert, I casually killed him. So they're gone." Yang Yanxue gazed at Yi Xian. "It's that simple?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Do you think it's very difficult?" Yang Yanxue gave him a thumbs up, as expected of my little brother. "Amazing." Yi Xian. Yang Yanxue glanced around and then she said, "Did you get any treasures?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he took out a spatial ring. "This is the spatial ring of the Mountain Lord from before. There are a few hundred star god veins in it." As usual, half each. As he spoke, he took out half and gave it to Yang Yanshua. Yang Yanshua stared at Yi Xian and smiled. Little brother, why are you suddenly so generous? Yi Xian smiled. We're siblings. Yang Yanshua glanced suspiciously at Yi Xian. I don't believe that you've suddenly become so generous. Yi Xian roared with laughter. Didn't you give me medicinal pills just now? Yang Yanshua hesitated for a moment and then she said, Actually, I have more than 5 of those medicinal pills. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Then how many do you have? Yang Yanshua glanced at Yi Xian. A few hundred. Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard this. A few hundred. Oh my god. Is this what a second generation is like? Fuck. Yi Xian's expression became unsightly. They're all from the same father, so the difference in treatment is too great. Meanwhile, Yang Yanshua took out a spatial ring and passed it to Yi Xian. There are 200 pills in here. Keep them and use them. They're extremely precious, and my father specially asked someone to refine them for me. A single one is worth a city, so use them sparingly. Yi Xian sighed softly, and he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Yang Yanshua said softly, Are you angry? Yi Xian shook his head. Yang Yanshua smiled and said, Actually, I once talked to my mother about you. I asked her why my father let you live. Do you know what she said? Yi Xian was slightly curious and he asked, What did she say? Yang Yanshua smiled and said, She said that my father has very high hopes for you. He knows very well that if he keeps you by his side, then you'll forever be a second-generation heir, and you'll never be able to surpass him. Letting you live is equivalent to putting you outside of his circle, and you have unlimited possibilities. Yi Xian fell silent. Yang Yanshua smiled faintly and said, He's never thought of letting me surpass him. To him, it's enough that I'm happy for the rest of my life. And he has the ability to let me live a carefree life for the rest of my life. However, I don't really want this kind of life. I also want to work hard to surpass him, and I want to make him look at me in a different light. Xiaota suddenly said, It seems that Master letting me follow young Master isn't entirely because of Mistress Su. He definitely wants me to surpass him. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon me, it must first torture my will and tire my muscles and bones. It turns out that I've never understood Master's good intentions. Yi Xian. Yang Yanshua shook her head and smiled and said, Xiaota, your temperament has changed too much. You weren't like this in the past. Xiaota sighed in a low voice and said, When I followed Master in the past, who didn't give me, Xiaota, some face? Ever since I followed young Master, my treatment directly fell from heaven to hell. No one gave me, Xiaota, any face anymore. I'm suffering. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines and he said, Xiaota, I let Qing transform you. Xiaota hesitated for a moment, then said, Young Master, next time ask Elder Sister Heaven's will to transform me even more formidable. Your enemy's transformation speed is too fast, so fast that I can't keep up with his footsteps. Yi Xian. At that time Yang Yanshua suddenly said, Brother, what should we do next? Go to the land of gods? Yi Xian nodded. Let's go. After saying that, the brother and sister disappeared from their spot. Before long Yi Xian and Yang Yanshua reached the land of gods. Just as they arrived, Yi Xian frowned. The next instant, his pupils shrank and he suddenly pulled out his sword to slash. Bang! A wave of sword radiance suddenly broke out. Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, a weird enchantment suddenly appeared around him. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and he looked into the distance where an old man was standing. The old man was illusory, a soul body. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and said, He is indeed somewhat extraordinary. No wonder they summon me ahead of time. Ancestor summoning. Upon hearing that, Yi Xian's complexion instantly turned unsightly. The land of gods had surprisingly summoned their ancestor ahead of time. Who exactly are you? The old man suddenly said. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at that moment the old man narrowed his eyes. Future beheading. After saying that, he suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. Bang! The space and time around the old man began to distort, and the next instant, it shattered. The wisp of the old man's soul was forced to retreat several thousand feet away. Yi Xian's complexion became extremely unsightly. The opponent had surprisingly blocked his future beheading. The opponent had also returned to the past. This wasn't an eternal immortal realm expert, but a powerhouse above it. In the distance, the old man fixed his gaze on Yi Xian. Who exactly are you? How did you enter the river of time? Yi Xian looked at the old man. How did you enter the river of time? Upon hearing that, the old man's expression became somewhat strange. Upon seeing the old man's expression, Yi Xian frowned. Did he say something wrong? Who exactly are you? The old man suddenly said in a deep voice. Yi Xian spread open his palm, and the profound cyan sword appeared in it. I am the person who wants your life. After saying that, the profound cyan sword in his hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, the pupils of the old man shrank. Future beheading. Present beheading. Could it be done like that? After sensing Yi Xian's terrifying sword, the old man was greatly shocked. He suddenly took out a talisman, and in the next moment he suddenly pinched it and the talisman directly burned. Following that, the space and time he was in was actually enveloped by a mysterious power. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned. He discovered that his future beheading was actually trapped in the river of time. What's going on? The old man glared at Yi Xian angrily. How dare you go against time and go to the past without permission? Do you know that you have committed a capital crime? A heinous capital crime. The time law enforcer will imprison your soul and imprison you in the infinite world forever. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly attacked from the endless river of time. The time executioner. Yi Xian fell silent. In the distance, the old man suddenly laughed. Ha, it's here. It's really here. You're dead. The time executioner really came. Just wait for your death. Chapter 2161. Yi Xian looked towards the distance. Space had suddenly been torn apart there, and then a strange black-robed figure floated out of it. The black-robed figure was like a ghost. His entire body was enveloped by a black robe, and his appearance couldn't be seen. Moreover, he held a blood-red sickle in his hand. Danger. The first feeling that Yi Xian had when he saw the black-robed figure was that it was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Yi Xian frowned. This time enforcer is that strong? When the time enforcer appeared, the old man immediately bowed deeply. Greetings, venerable one. The time enforcer's gaze descended onto Yi Xian, the one who disrupted time. Yi Xian hadn't even spoken when the old man hurriedly said, Exactly. Supremacy, this person disrupted time and forcefully returned to the past. Please punish him severely. The time enforcer stared at Yi Xian. Why are you able to disrupted time? Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all, and he immediately activated the word that the Time Master had given him. The Time Enforcer was stunned when he saw the word appear between Yi Xian's brows. Tam. That was the law of the Time Master. The old man was just about to speak when the Time Enforcer suddenly bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Please forgive me for my rudeness just now. The old man was petrified on the spot when he witnessed this scene. What's going on? Yi Xian glanced at the old man and said, He hit me. The Time Enforcer hesitated for a moment before he said, Understood. As he spoke, the sickle in his hand suddenly vanished. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he was about to attack. However, a strange scene appeared at this moment. Time seemed to have frozen where he stood and everything had stopped. He could only watch helplessly as the sickle sliced through his throat. The old man was directly erased, completely disappearing from this world. At practically the exact same moment, the sickle returned to the Time Enforcer's hand. Yi Xian was quite curious when he saw this and he immediately asked, What was that? The Time Enforcer was puzzled. What? Yi Xian smiled and said, Did time stop where the old man was just now? The Time Executor nodded. Time stop. Yi Xian was curious. How did you do it? The Time Enforcer wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian smiled and said, Is it inconvenient to tell me? The Time Enforcer shook his head. Young Master has misunderstood. It's not that it's inconvenient to tell you, but young Master hasn't cultivated the time domain yet, so I don't know how to tell young Master. Yi Xian was a little curious. Time domain. The Time Enforcer nodded. He opened his palm and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, a mysterious barrier appeared. The Time Enforcer said, Using time to form a domain. In this domain, time can stop. Those with profound cultivation can even make the flow of time in the domain different from the outside world. For example, 6 hours in the domain is actually equivalent to 2 hours in the outside world. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Isn't this the same as Xiaota? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. The flow of time in the time domain is different from the outside world. What's the limit? The Time Enforcer fell silent for a moment before he said, The most exaggerated thing I've seen is that someone can achieve a difference of 10 times. In other words, 10 days in the time domain is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, 10 times? The Time Enforcer nodded. Yes. Isn't it terrifying? Yi Xian's expression became slightly strange. Isn't this terrifying? The time enforcer was stunned. Isn't it terrifying? Yi Xian said seriously, brother, come, I'll take you somewhere. As he spoke, he led the time enforcer into Xiaota. After entering Xiaota, the time enforcer was stunned. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Fuck, Xiaota sighed softly, this is the result of not studying properly. When you encounter something, you can only say fuck to express your shock. Yi Xian. At this moment, the time enforcer suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, this? Young master, how did you do this? Yi Xian smiled, I don't know either. In any case, someone helped me do it. The time enforcer hurriedly asked, Time master? Yi Xian shook his head. The time enforcer's face was full of shock. This? How is this possible? Such a divine ability is simply too heaven-defying. No, that's impossible. Yi Xian smiled without saying anything. The time enforcer was silent. Impossible? Then what was he seeing in front of him? Was it a dream? The time enforcer's mind was in a mess. After a long time, the time enforcer looked at Yi Xian. Young master, how strong is the person who reversed the time here? Yi Xian smiled. Brother, let's not discuss this. I want to ask you how to cultivate this time domain. The time enforcer said solemnly, Young master, with this tower, you don't need to cultivate time domain anymore. This is too heaven-defying. Yi Xian shook his head. I want to have this ability myself. After a moment of silence, the time enforcer said, if an outsider wants to cultivate time domain, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is because to cultivate time domain, one must meet two conditions. The first is to have a time cultivation permit. Only those with this permit can enter the river of time to cultivate various Tao of time, including this time domain. Otherwise, once an ordinary person enters to explore time, they will be sent into the seamless world by the time laws. Yi Xian said solemnly, Time cultivation permit? Do you have a monopoly on it? The time enforcer smiled awkwardly. No, young master doesn't know. This Tao of time is extraordinary. If people are allowed to wantonly change and tamper with it, this world will be in chaos. Moreover, the one who made these rules is the Time Master. The Time Master is condensed from the river of time's spiritual wisdom. He represents time, so he can choose who manages time. Without his authorization, an ordinary person who enters the river of time and changes time will be erased by the time laws. Yi Xian was a bit surprised. He had thought that the Time Master was a person, but he had not expected that he was the spiritual wisdom of the river of time, which was equivalent to a world's Tendo. However, it was clear that this Time Master was much fiercer than an ordinary Tendo. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again, Didn't you say that there are two conditions to cultivate time domain? What's the other one? The time enforcer said solemnly, The other one is to sneak in. Some experts will use some special methods to enter the river of time and hide it from us, making it so that we can't sense it and the time laws can't sense it. Of course, this method generally has a time limit. It can only temporarily enter the river of time and reverse time. Even if they cultivate time domain, they don't dare to use it for too long. However, these people are generally extremely strong because they can enter and cultivate time domain. This means that their abilities are very terrifying, especially in terms of their bodies and souls. Yi Xian asked, Have you seen many of these people? The time enforcer said, Many. Yi Xian was silent. A moment later he asked again, What level do I belong to in this endless universe? The time enforcer sized up Yi Xian and said, Young master can cut the future and the past. This ability is very heaven-defying. It's just that your body and soul aren't strong enough. If they both reach eternal immortality, young master's strength will be even more terrifying. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I have the time laws, so it's very easy to cultivate time domain, right? The time enforcer nodded. Don't be too simple. With that, he flicked his finger and a white light entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Soon, countless pieces of information entered Yi Xian's mind. Cultivate time domain. A moment later, Yi Xian opened his palm, and in an instant, the space-time around him formed an invisible barrier. Time domain. Yi Xian was stunned. Is that simple? The time enforcer said solemnly, Young master, you have the time laws that the time master gave you. If you want to form a time domain, it won't be too easy because the river of time will take the initiative to cooperate with you. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The time enforcer hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, may I ask what is your relationship with the time master? Yi Xian blinked and said, Very good. Very good. Very good. The time enforcer, Yi Xian smiled. If you go back and see him, you can ask him yourself. The time enforcer shook his head and smiled bitterly. We won't have the chance to meet the time master. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The time enforcer's smile became even more bitter. The time master controls the Tao of time, and he isn't someone a small enforcer like us can meet. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. His level wasn't high enough. At this moment he suddenly realized that he had underestimated the time master's strength and identity. He should be a super big shot. Of course, there was a reason why he had underestimated the time master. This big shot knelt as soon as they met. At this moment the time enforcer suddenly raised his head. In the next moment he frowned. Yi Xian asked, "What's wrong?" The time enforcer said in a low voice, "Young master, I have a mission. I have to go." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "If you have time in the future, you can come to the time court as a guest." After saying that, he was about to leave. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait." The time enforcer looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, I've been short on money recently. I wonder if it's convenient for you to lend me some star god meridians?" Hearing this, the time enforcer's expression froze. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Reimbursement, reimbursement." The time enforcer blinked. "Reimbursement?" "Oh." Yi Xian said seriously, "Of course it's the time master, my good brother." The time enforcer, Yi Xian continued, "Lend me 1,000 star god meridians, and then go to him for reimbursement of 1,500. Do you understand what I mean?" The time enforcer. Chapter 2162. Reimbursement. The time enforcer hesitated for a moment before saying, "What if he doesn't reimburse me?" Yi Xian smiled. "Go to him for reimbursement. He will definitely reimburse you. If he doesn't, come to me. I will compensate you double." The time enforcer was still hesitant. Yi Xian smiled. "Why not give it a try?" After a moment of silence, the time enforcer said, "I'll lend you 2,000 star god veins. I'll reimburse you. 3,000, is that okay?" Yi Xian's expression froze. This guy was a ruthless person. The time enforcer took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Xian. "Young master, this is my savings over the years. Keep it well." Yi Xian hurriedly put away the storage ring and said, "Brother, you actually have so many star god veins. Your time court's treatment is quite good." The time enforcer shook his head and smiled. "To be honest, the treatment of the time court is not bad. However, we still earn some extra money." Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately understood. The time enforcer was still hesitant. "Can it really be reimbursed?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Of course." The time enforcer cupped his fists. "Thank you for the opportunity, young master." Yi Xian smiled. "My name is Yi Xian." The time enforcer smiled. "My name is Zhang Han. Brother Yi, we will meet again." With that, he left Xiaota. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, can he really be reimbursed?" Yi Xian nodded. "Definitely." Xiaota said solemnly, "If he can be reimbursed, then why don't you find the time enforcer yourself? You even let him earn 1,000. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "You're too narrow-minded." "Xiaota," Yi Xian explained, "what I value is not only the star god veins but also the connections. These time enforcers are so powerful. If I were to befriend them, the benefits I would obtain in the future would not be limited to this. Many times, connections are more important than money." After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, "You're the young master. Whatever you say goes." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue, who'd been silent until now, suddenly grinned and said, "Little brother." Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a headache. His sister. Was it time for him to part ways with her? Yang Yanxue looked at Yi Xian and smiled, not saying a word. Yi Xian felt a little helpless, and then took out half of the 3,000 star god veins and gave it to her. Yang Yanxue grinned as she put the star god vein away, and then she said, "Brother, you're really something. I won't take your star god vein for nothing. I'll take you to a place where there are many opportunities to get rich." Yi Xian frowned. "Where?" The corners of Yang Yanshua's mouth lifted. "Middle world." Yi Xian shook his head. "I've never heard of it." Yang Yanxue smiled. "Of course you haven't. That place is very far from here. My father took me there all those years ago. It's a very prosperous place and," as she spoke, she smiled mysteriously. "There's a mysterious race there called the Heavenly Spirit race. All the members of the Heavenly Spirit race are women, and all of them are as beautiful as flowers." Yi Xian said with a straight face, I, your brother, am a decent man. A decent person. Yang Yanxue glanced at Yi Xian. As if I'd believe you. Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Yanxue continued, do you want to go play? Yi Xian was just about to speak when his pupils constricted abruptly. In the next moment he and Yang Yanxue directly left the tiny pagoda, and he saw a woman outside. The woman wore a simple cotton dress and carried a small bamboo basket on her back. Within the bamboo basket was a fishing rod. The woman had short hair and her eyes were calm like water. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw the bamboo basket on the woman's back. She was the mysterious big shot who'd killed the old man from the ruins. Because the old man had told him to be careful of the bamboo basket on his back before he'd vanished. The old man had actually found his way here. This is going a little too far. There's no enmity between us, yet she's still relentlessly pursuing us. The woman gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yang Yanxue hid behind Yi Xian again. The woman's gaze suddenly descended onto the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand, and she frowned slightly. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, You are? The woman suddenly opened her right hand. In the next moment, the inheritance scroll that the old man had given her appeared in her hand. She squeezed it lightly, and the inheritance scroll instantly transformed into ashes. Yi Xian's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. You've gone too far. The woman gazed at Yi Xian. You're not convinced? Yi Xian suddenly spoke angrily. I'm not convinced. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. A slash to the present and a slash to the past. It was a lethal move as soon as he attacked. Because this person was truly too strong. However, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted as soon as he attacked, and then he wasn't even able to react before his figure was blasted flying into the seamless world. After his figure stopped, Yi Xian was stunned. Damn it. The future. He'd been beaten by this woman in the past. She could enter the future as well. In the distance, the woman in the bamboo basket glanced at Yi Xian, and her expression was calm as water. Yi Xian utilized the temporal laws to leave the seamless world. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes as he gazed at the woman, and he attacked once more. However, he'd only just attacked when a strange palm print suddenly appeared on his chest. In the next moment, bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying again, and this time he flew out of his field of vision. When he stopped, he was in the seamless world again. Fortunately, the temporal laws here didn't target him, otherwise he would have been obliterated by now. Fortunately, he had Arya's armor on him. Otherwise, his body would have probably been gone by now. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and said, Continue. Continue. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and then his figure instantly became illusory. At practically the exact same moment, the woman's figure became illusory as well. In the blink of an eye, both of them had arrived in the river of time, and the space they resided in right now was the space of the past. Yi Xian's expression became rather unsightly when he saw the woman return to the past as well. He didn't think too much about it and suddenly attacked. At the instant that the green profound sword slashed out, the entire river of time started seething. He'd attacked in the past. Moreover, he'd even executed future slash. It wasn't the present and the past, it was the past and the future. This attack was strange to the point even Yi Xian was unable to explain it. In any case, he possessed the temporal laws, so time creation was done. At this moment, the bamboo woman standing not far away frowned slightly. Obviously, Yi Xian's two messy sword moves made her a little confused. She didn't think too much about it, and then her figure suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw the woman split into two. One was in the past and the other was in the past. What the fuck? Yi Xian was stunned. It can be done like this? In the next moment, both of Yi Xian's rays of light shattered abruptly, and then Yi Xian was blasted flying once more. This time, the river of time he resided in was directly shattered and obliterated, and then Yi Xian returned to reality. At this moment, a wisp of blood was slowly flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to attack when he noticed to his astonishment that the space he resided in seemed to have frozen. Time had stopped moving. The woman had utilized the time domain. Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly released his left hand, and the green profound sword suddenly slashed forward. The space-time barrier in front of him was directly torn apart by the green profound sword. However, at this moment, a fist suddenly smashed into the space between his brows. Rumble. Yi Xian felt the world spin around him and then his mind went blank. After that, he was blasted flying. When Yishan stopped, he was completely dumbfounded. I've been bashed. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, it's enough. Yishan was slightly puzzled. What do you mean? Xiaota spoke solemnly. In the past, you were only bashed after 3 days of being cool. Now you've been cool for many days. Be content. Yishan was speechless. In the distance, the woman was about to attack again when young Yanshua suddenly said, Sir, there's no enmity between us. Aren't you going too far by doing this? The woman glanced at Yang Yanshua. Are you going to fight on his behalf? Yang Yanshua hurriedly retreated to the side. Pretend I didn't say anything. Yishan was speechless. The woman withdrew her gaze and looked at Yishan in the distance. Her expression was still as calm as water. Don't you think it's shameful to control the Tao of time by cheating? Cheating. Yishan looked at the woman and smiled. I'm not cheating. I'm openly controlling the Tao of time. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Calm down. Focus. The green profound sword in Yishan's hand trembled slightly. In the distance, the woman stopped and looked at Yishan as she slowly clenched her right hand. At this moment, Yishan suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he took Yang Yanshua with him and vanished on the spot. He didn't run. He used the green profound sword to teleport back to the mystic world. He teleported across countless stellar regions. Yishan and Yang Yanshua vanished. The woman was slightly stunned. Escape? Not fighting anymore? Was this a swordsman? After a long time, the woman shook her head slightly. What the hell? With that, she turned and vanished on the spot. After returning to the mystic world, Yishan looked at the distant spacetime. Seeing that the woman didn't chase after him, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. That woman's strength was too terrifying. She could actually return to the past. Moreover, didn't the time enforcer say that some powerhouses without the time usage certificate could only enter the river of time for a short period? Why could that woman stay in the river of time for so long? Moreover, the laws of time did not target her. This was not normal. At this moment, Yang Yanshua suddenly said in a deep voice, It's really dangerous outside. When I was with father, I felt that father could hit anyone with a sword. As she said that, she looked at Yishan and said seriously, Brother, there's still a gap between our strength and father's. Yishan shook his head with a bitter smile. Yang Yanshua said in a deep voice, What do we do now? Yishan said, Cultivate. Cultivate to the eternal immortal realm. With that, he entered Xiaota's body and took out all the star god veins he had obtained. Eternal immortality. He had to improve his body, soul, and will. At the side, Yang Yanshua looked at Yishan who was cultivating. After a moment of silence, she said, Brother, I have a treasure here that can quickly improve your strength. There are no side effects and it only costs 3,000 star god veins. Do you want it? Yishan. Chapter 2163. Yishan shook his head and sighed when he heard Yang Yanshua. Damn it. This is my older sister. My older sister whose blood is thicker than water. Yang Yanshua rolled her eyes at Yishan when she saw his expression. I gave you a discount. Yishan spoke indifferently. I have the divine star bloodline so I can attain the immortal body realm. Yang Yanshua hurriedly said, If you want to cultivate your body, then this is even more useful to you. She withdrew a white jade bottle as she spoke. Do you know what this is? Yishan glanced at the white jade bottle. Nothing can possibly be worth a few thousand divine star bloodlines. Yang Yanshua suddenly said, Aria's blood. Aria's blood. Yishan was stunned. Yang Yanshua smiled. This is her blood from when she was at her peak. Just a single drop will guarantee that you'll attain the immortal body realm. Moreover, it won't be an ordinary body. If you can attain the immortal body realm with Aria's blood, then your body will definitely be the strongest in this realm. Aria's blood. Needless to say, Yishan was slightly tempted. Just as Yang Yanshua said, if he could devour Aria's blood, then his body would definitely attain an extremely terrifying level. Yang Yanshua blinked. Are you going to buy it or not? Yishan hesitated for a moment and then he said, Big sister, can I give you a discount? Yang Yanshua shook her head. No. Yishan glared at Yang Yanshua. You're my biological sister. Yang Yanshua chuckled. Even my biological father is useless. Yishan was speechless, and then he glanced at the white jade bottle in Yang Yanshua's hand and asked, How many drops? Yang Yanshua blinked. Only a single drop. Yishan didn't waste his breath, and he flicked his finger, causing a spatial ring to fall in front of Yang Yanshua. Yang Yanshua glanced at the spatial ring, and then her eyes narrowed as she smiled. and then she passed the white jade bottle to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the white jade bottle and opened it. There was indeed only one drop. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian gave Yang Yanxue a thumbs up. "Sister, you're a ruthless person." Yang Yanxue giggled. "Brother, let me tell you, if I sell Arya's blood, I can sell it for 10,000 star divine veins. Do you believe me?" Yi Xian pursed his lips and ignored Yang Yanxue. He directly swallowed the drop of blood, and as soon as he swallowed it, his entire body ignited. F***ck. Yi Xian jumped up. "It's that scary?" At this moment, he felt his physical body disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Yanxue glared at Yi Xian. "Are you crazy? How dare you swallow it like that?" Yi Xian was shocked. "I have swallowed Arya's blood before, but it was not so horrible." Yang Yanxue said, "That was in the past. Arya will also become stronger. Do you think you're the only one improving in the entire universe?" Yi Xian. At this moment, Yang Yanxue glared at Yi Xian angrily. "Prodigal. You're really a prodigal." As she spoke, she took out another snow lotus and stuffed it into Yi Xian's mouth. As soon as the snow lotus entered his mouth, the flames all over Yi Xian's body dimmed a lot. At this moment, Yang Yanxue took out another elixir and stuffed it into Yi Xian's mouth. Big prodigal. Yi Xian. As the elixir entered his body, Yi Xian's originally burned body began to recover rapidly. Then Yi Xian's body began to absorb the energy of Arya's drop of blood. It had to be said that Arya's blood was extraordinarily terrifying. Although there was the snow lotus to suppress it, Yi Xian still felt as if his body was on fire, and it was somewhat unbearable. At this moment, Yang Yanxue suddenly took out a dark purple talisman and stuck it directly on Yi Xian's head. "You prodigal." As soon as the talisman was stuck on Yi Xian's body, rays of golden light suddenly poured out of the talisman and finally flowed into Yi Xian's body. Boom. Yi Xian's body directly boiled. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Sis, what's going on? Why do I feel like my body is going to explode?" Yang Yanxue glared at Yi Xian. "I'll blow you up." Yi Xian. At this moment, Yang Yanxue opened her palm and a tree branch suddenly appeared in her hand. Looking at the tree branch in her hand, a trace of reluctance flashed in Yang Yanshua's eyes, but she still placed it on Yi Xian's head. In an instant, a large amount of dark green liquid gushed out of the tree branch and flowed into Yi Xian's body. Boom. When the liquid entered Yi Xian's body, Yi Xian felt like his whole body was going to completely explode at this moment. Yang Yanxue retreated to the side, but she was still cursing. What a huge loss. What a huge loss. Those things that she had used on Yi Xian earlier were all supreme-grade godly items. Any one of them could be sold for a fortune. And now they were all used by this guy. The more Yang Yanxue thought about it, the angrier she got. Just like that, Yi Xian began to absorb bit by bit, and gradually, his body began to undergo a qualitative change. After a long time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes were actually a mass of blood, but they quickly returned to normal. Yi Xian stood up and looked at his body. At this moment, there was actually a layer of luster on the surface of his skin. Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue. "Sis, has my body reached the immortal body stage?" Yang Yanxue shook her head. "No." Yi Xian was stunned. Yang Yanxue spoke indifferently, "Your body is much stronger than an immortal body stage bull. Do you know how many godly items I used on you just now? Do you know what talismans those were? Those were body sculpting talismans. My father racked his brains to find them for me all those years ago. However, I don't like to cultivate my body, so I've never used them. As for those medicinal pills, those are divine physique pills. They were refined by an alchemist for hundreds of years, and the treasures contained within them are utterly unimaginable. As for those snow lotuses, they're divine treasures that hold down the world of the ice god dimension, and they contain boundless ice divinity energy. Try using your strength right now." Yi Xian suddenly clenched his right hand tightly. In an instant, the space around him was directly frozen, and even time itself was frozen. At this moment, time had stopped, and it was comparable to a time domain. Yi Xian was stunned by this scene. "Is it really that amazing?" Yang Yanxue continued, "Do you know what branch I gave you was?" Yi Xian shook his head. Yang Yanxue spoke solemnly, "The divine tree of life, the real divine tree of life. Moreover, it was nurtured by Whitey. That branch can bring people back to life. Your body itself has healing abilities, and the divine tree of life has strengthened your healing abilities. It's difficult for you to die now." Yi Xian glanced at his body, and sure enough, he noticed that his body contained many tiny green dots. The divine tree of life. Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue and smiled sheepishly. Big sister, you have so many godly items, yet you still came out to look for divine star veins? Young Yinshua spoke indifferently. What, can't I? Yixian hurriedly said, yes, of course you can. Big sister, what other godly items do you have? Can you take them out and let me broaden my horizons? Yang Yinshua glared at Yixian. Don't even think about it. Yixian, Yang Yinshua said, let's go to the middle world. Yixian was a little curious. Big sister, you keep emphasizing going to the middle world. Is there a purpose? Yang Yinshua said solemnly, brother, your goal is to surpass Dad, right? Yixian subconsciously said, my goal is to kill him. After saying that, he immediately regretted it. *CK, I was too careless. Yang Yinshua gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome. Yixian blinked. You won't tell on me, right? Yang Yinshua chuckled. What do you think? Yixian, Yang Yinshua said seriously, let me tell you, if your goal is to surpass Dad, then you have to hurry up. Do you know about the middle world? Yixian shook his head. Yang Yinshua looked at Yixian. It's a place where geniuses are as common as dogs. Yixian frowned slightly. Is the martial Dao civilization very advanced? Yang Yinshua spoke indifferently. Dad took me there in the past. Do you know why Dad went there? Yixian hesitated for a moment and then he said, he wouldn't have gone there to show off, right? Yang Yinshua glared at Yixian. Do you think it's always you? Dad went there because there are experts there. Yixian's expression instantly became solemn when he heard this. An expert who could be valued by his father was definitely not an ordinary expert. Yang Yinshua spoke in a low voice. That place is truly terrifying. The martial Dao civilization there is so prosperous that it far surpasses your imagination. Besides that, that big sister Nian of yours is there as well, and so are those women of yours. Yixian hurriedly said, Big sister Nian and Lanxiu and the others are there? Yang Yinshua nodded, yes. Yixian smiled, let's go. Let's go to the middle world. Yang Yinshua gazed at Yixian. Do you know who that woman was? Yixian spoke in a low voice. Do you know? Yang Yinshua nodded. She's probably from the middle world. Yixian's brows knit together slightly. Why do you say that? Yang Yinshua spoke indifferently. She's probably that mysterious goddess Zhu Lu from the middle world. In the middle world, she's equally famous as the pavilion master of the celestial treasure pavilion, and they're said to be the two women that are the best at fighting in the middle world. Of course, after your big sister Nian went there was another. She paused for a moment and continued, that big sister Nian of yours is very good at fighting as well. 3 women. Yixian had a slightly strange expression on his face. Are all those that are good at fighting women? Yang Yinshua shook her head. They're only said to be the best at fighting. There are top-rate experts there, true top-rate experts. Yixian frowned slightly. They're that formidable? Yang Yinshua nodded, yes. Yixian spoke in a low voice. Big sister, have you been there before? Yang Yinshua nodded, but she seemed to think of something and shook her head. No. Yixian glanced at Yang Yinshua. Big sister, do you have any enemies there? Yang Yinshua's face darkened. How could that be? Yixian fell silent. Fuck. His intuition told him that this big sister must have a plot for him to go to the middle world. Yang Yinshua continued, aren't you going to cultivate your divine soul? In the middle world there's a divine item called the divine soul wood. This item is the best at nourishing the soul. If you can obtain it, you can easily reach the divine soul immortal realm. Yixian frowned. Really? Yang Yinshua nodded. Really? Yixian smiled. Let's go. Let's go to the middle world. Yang Yinshua immediately beamed. Little brother, let's go. After saying that, the brother and sister set off for the middle world. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, with your intelligence, you should know that little Yinshua is trying to trick you. Why do you still want to go? Yixian said in his heart, Big sister must have many more divine items on her, understand? After a long silence, Xiaota said, You brother and sister are really abnormal. One is trying to trick the younger brother, the other is trying to trick the older sister. Old Yang's family is really unfortunate. Yixian. Chapter 2164. The Medium World. Yixian was quite curious about the medium world. After all, Nianwei and Lanxiu and the others were there as well. On the way, Yixian suddenly asked, Big sis, you have so many divine artifacts, so why don't you use them to improve yourself? Yang Yinshua spoke indifferently. Dad said that I'm using too many divine artifacts and it's not good. He wants me to settle down for a while. Yixian was speechless. She's using too many divine artifacts. Could it be that this elder sister's realm was piled up with divine objects? It's very likely. He noticed that his sister's combat strength wasn't very good. Young Yanshua suddenly said, "Brother, how are you able to enter the river of time in reverse time?" Yixin said with a smile, "I cultivated it." Young Yanshua glanced at Yixin. "Teach me." Yixin was slightly hesitant. Young Yanshua spoke indifferently, "Can't I?" Yixin smiled embarrassedly and then he said, "Big sis, this is actually quite special." As he spoke, he opened his palm and the green profound sword appeared in it. "The main reason is this sword. Chinger forged it for me." Young Yanshua glanced at the green profound sword, and then she fell silent for a moment before she said, "Can you ask your sister to forge a sword for me next time?" Yixin was in a slightly difficult position. Young Yanshua said, "There are benefits." Yixin spoke seriously, "You're treating me like an outsider between siblings. You're treating me like an outsider." Young Yanshua rolled her eyes at Yixin. "Treat my ass. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Would you do something that doesn't benefit you?" Yixin roared with laughter. "Big sis, if you want a sword, then ask Dad to forge one for you." Young Yanshua puckered her lips. "I don't want to ask him." Yixin was puzzled. "Why?" Young Yanshua fell silent for a moment and then she said, "I don't want to be a second-generation heir." Yixin was speechless. Young Yanshua glanced at Yixin helplessly. "Ever since I was born, I had everything. As long as I wanted it, Dad would give it to me. No matter what it was, Dad would always satisfy me. This made me feel like I had nothing to pursue in life. Hey, can you understand this pain?" Yixin's face immediately darkened. Young Yanshua continued, "I came out to experience the hardships of life. Brother, have you experienced the hardships of life?" Yixin felt suffocated. Damn it. He had met a fellow who was even more pretentious than him. And he couldn't refute it. My sister is really inhumane. Young Yanshua still wanted to say something, but Yixin suddenly said, "Sis, don't waste time. Let's speed up." With that, he took Yang Yanshue and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Yang Yanshue. 3 days later, Middle World. When Yi Xian arrived in Middle World, he was shocked by the purity of the spirit qi here. The purity of the spirit qi here far exceeded his expectations. The spirit qi here was at least 10 times purer than in places like the mystic world. Yi Xian turned to look at Yang Yanshue, and Yang Yanshue said solemnly, "There are 36 super spirit veins in this Middle World, and these 36 super spirit veins reside in Middle World. Because of their existence, the entire Middle World spirit qi is simply too terrifying." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Super spirit veins?" Yang Yanshue nodded. "Any one of these spirit veins is enough to feed a universe like Burial God territory, and there are 36 of them here." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Do these 36 spirit veins belong to any force?" Yang Yanshue shook her head. "No. These 36 spirit veins don't belong to any force." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "No force has designs on them?" Yang Yanshue said, "Who would dare? These 36 spirit veins aren't weak, and they are like gods in Middle World. Any force that dares to have designs on them is equivalent to making an enemy out of all the powerhouses in Middle World, and they will be ganged up on." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Their status is extraordinary." Yang Yanshue nodded. "Their status is extraordinary. Of course, this is also because they never get involved in any grudges. No matter how the major forces in Middle World fight, they don't get involved, so all the major forces in Middle World respect them very much." Speaking up to this point, she paused and said, "But back then, something big almost happened here." Yi Xian was a little curious. "What big thing?" Yang Yanshue said with a smile, "Didn't we come here back then? Xiaobai almost tricked the 36 super spiritual veins away." "Yi Xian," Yang Yanshue said, "in the end it was Dad who stopped Xiaobai. If those 36 super spirit veins really left with Xiaobai, then this universe would be finished. Without the support of spirit qi, this universe would wither away at the fastest speed possible." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Xiaobai's charm is really great." Yang Yanshue nodded. "Her charm towards spirit-type beings can be described as terrifying." Yi Xian was just about to speak when over 10 powerful auras suddenly appeared in the distance. In the next moment, a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian and Yang Yanshue with a group of powerhouses. The woman wore a long black dress and held a long whip made of unknown scales in her hand. When she saw Yang Yanshue, she laughed coldly. "Yang Yanshue, you stray dog still dares to come back." Hearing this, Yi Xian instantly felt a headache coming on. Damn it. Sure enough, this older sister had stirred up trouble in this place. Yang Yinxue glanced coldly at the woman. "He Lianxiao, fight me one-on-one if you can." He Lianxiao said mockingly, "Why should I fight you one-on-one? Call for help if you can." You. When she spoke up to hear, she glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said with ridicule, "This is the person you called." Yang Yinxue spoke indifferently, "My younger brother has a bad temper. It's best if you don't offend him." Younger brother? He Lianxiao sized up Yi Xian and said with ridicule, "Even the older sister is so weak. I wonder what kind of trash the younger brother is." As she spoke, she pointed at Yi Xian's leg. "Break his leg first." As soon as she finished speaking, an expert by her side charged at Yi Xian. However, he just charged when his head flew into the air. A strand of blood sprayed through the air and it was extremely bloody. He Lianxiao and the others were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Instantly, Yi Xian gazed at He Lianxiao and was about to speak when the latter suddenly said, "Retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, He Lianxiao led the others behind him and vanished into the horizon. They fled. Yi Xian was stunned when he witnessed this scene. They fled so decisively? Yi Xian turned to look at Yang Yinxue. "Elder sister, do you have a conflict with her?" Yang Yinxue nodded. "She's from the Hellion family. Previously at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's auction, she didn't have as much money as I did and I won the item. Hence she started to target me. Of course I wasn't convinced, so I beat her up when no one was around. However, this woman doesn't have any morals. Since she couldn't beat me, she went to call for help. She even called a lot of people." So, Yi Xian blinked and asked, "Elder sister, how much money do you have?" Yang Yinxue was a little wary. "Why are you asking this?" Yi Xian smiled sheepishly, "Just asking." His intuition told him that his elder sister was definitely rich. Yang Yinxue glared at Yi Xian, "Don't even think about my money." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, that He Lianxiao came again. This time she brought two black-robed elders with her. Both of them were actually at the eternal realm. He Lianxiao stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Kill him." As soon as she finished speaking, one of the black-robed old men behind her suddenly clawed at Yi Xian from afar, and then a powerful force swept towards Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian flicked his thumb lightly. A ray of light flashed. In an instant, that force was instantly torn apart by Yi Xian's attack, and then his sword continued forward and slashed towards the old man. The old man's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and then he suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. A ray of light swept out like an erupting volcano, and it instantly caused the space in the surroundings to seethe. He was going head-on against Yi Xian's sword. The old man's fist had just come into contact with Yi Xian's sword when the ray of light was instantly obliterated. A moment later, the old man was blasted over 10 kilometers back, and he just stopped moving when his right arm exploded into pieces, and then his body exploded into pieces as well. Yi Xian himself was struck dumb at the sight of this. His attack hadn't slashed towards the past or the future. It was just an ordinary attack. How could an ordinary attack of mine be so strong? My physical body. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to notice the crux of the problem. His current physical body was completely different from his previous physical body. In the distance, the old man whose body had been shattered looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. "You?" His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when the green profound sword suddenly pierced through the center of his forehead, and then his soul was absorbed. At the side, Lianxiao was stunned. He'd been instantly killed. Even an eternal realm expert was instantly killed? He Lianxiao hurriedly said, "Young master, it was a misunderstanding." Before she could finish speaking, a sword pierced through the center of her forehead. Yi Xian looked at He Lianxiao. "I let you off the first time, so you shouldn't come again. Do you think I'll let you off this time?" The old man beside He Lianxiao hurriedly said, "Young master, please show mercy. My Hellion family will be eternally grateful." Yi Xian glanced at the old man. "Are you threatening me with the Hellion family?" The old man hurriedly said, "No. I wouldn't dare." At this moment, He Lianxiao suddenly said, "I'll use money to buy my life." Yi Xian looked at He Lianxiao. "You'll use money to buy your life?" He Lianxiao's voice trembled. 3,000 star divine veins, is that enough?" Yi Xian frowned. "Your life is only worth 3,000? Yang Yinshua's expression was calm and she didn't speak. He Lianxiao's voice trembled. 10,000. I'll pay 10,000. Yi Xian shook his head. "I won't agree even if you offer 1,000,000. Do you know why?" He Lianxiao was a little confused. Why? Yi Xian said seriously, My sister is the most important in my heart, more important than my father. Whoever wants to harm my sister, I'll wipe out his entire family. Long live my sister. As he finished speaking, the Qingxian sword absorbed He Lianxiao's soul completely. Yang Nianshua's lips curled up slightly. P.S. I'm about to enter the climax of the plot. If I update 2 chapters at a time it won't feel good, but if I update more. Yesterday a reader added me on QQ and I was so angry. He said, no matter how many chapters you update I'll be free and you won't earn a single cent. The gods don't care about pirated or legal versions because they can sell the copyright for a lot of money. But small authors like us can't help but mind, because we rely on this to survive. Readers of Zongheng should know that subscribing to a chapter is only 9 cents. Out of the 9 cents I only get 3 cents. On average it's less than 20 cents a day. So, work hard. Everyone work hard. Chapter 2165. 10,000 Star Divine Veins? Yixian naturally wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He'd already let He Lianxiao off once, yet He Lianxiao had brought even stronger people with him. So, if he were to let He Lianxiao off again, then allow He Lianxiao to bring even stronger people with him? Even though he wasn't afraid, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. The old man's face instantly turned pale when he saw Yixian kill He Lianxiao, but it instantly turned into rage. You actually dared to kill members of my Helian family? His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when his body suddenly became illusory. He slashed forward. The old man gazed at Yixian with astonishment. Go against time. You're actually able to go against time. Yixian didn't waste his breath. He flicked his sleeve and the old man vanished on the spot. Yang Nianxue glanced at Yixian and then she said, Little brother, aren't you afraid of the Helian family taking revenge? Yixian smiled. I wouldn't hesitate to become enemies with the entire universe for my big sister. Yang Nianxue rolled her eyes at Yixian. Don't flatter me. I don't have anything good to give you. Yixian was speechless. Yang Nianxue glanced at the sky and then she said, the Helian family might not let this matter rest. Moreover, this woman seems to have a fiancé from the Li family. Yixian grinned. Let's go to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yang Nianxue blinked. Why are we going to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Yixian smiled. To buy a life insurance policy. Yang Nianxue was speechless. A moment later, Yixian and Yang Nianxue arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. When they arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, they had to admit that it was truly imposing. The entire Celestial Treasure Pavilion had 9 floors, and each floor was at least tens of thousands of feet wide. Yixian spoke softly, Big sister, tell me the truth. Are you as wealthy as the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Yang Nianxue shook her head. No. Yixian turned to look at Yang Nianxue. Yang Nianxue rolled her eyes at Yixian. He's a businessman and he's already in the myriad worlds. I'm just one person. Besides, my father has never cared much about money. Yixian nodded. That's true. Yang Nianxue suddenly said, however, Little White should be richer than the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Xiaobai. Yixian blinked. Why? Yang Nianxue said calmly, although Dad doesn't like to collect treasures, she does. There was a period of time when she and Arya looted at least hundreds of thousands of mysterious ruins. She was in charge of finding treasures and collecting them, while Arya was in charge of fighting. She would beat up anyone who didn't agree. Do you know why Dad sent them to the Milky Way? Yixian asked. Why? Yang Nianxue sighed softly. If he didn't send them to the Milky Way, they would have looted the entire universe. Just like before, if Dad didn't stop them, they would have already taken away the 36 super spirit veins in this world. At this point, she shook her head slightly. The two of them have already caused the heavens and the earth to be filled with resentment and resentment. Most importantly, the two of them are very reasonable and they think they're not wrong. Yixian frowned slightly. Does it make sense? Yang Nianxue looked at Yixian. For example, when Little White wanted to take away the 36 spirit veins, do you know the situation at that time? Those 36 spirit veins wanted to go with Little White. In Little White's words, all living things have spirits and all spiritual things are under her control. Spiritual things have freedom and they can follow if they want to. Thanks. Speaking up to here, she glanced at Yixian's green profound sword. Do you believe that she can fool your sword away? Yixian hurriedly said, impossible. Xiaota suddenly said, young lord, don't overestimate Little Soul. Little White can really fool it away. If I have a choice, I'm willing to follow Little White. Yixian was furious. Xiaota, do you still have a conscience? Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice. Young lord, following Little White, you can really get whatever you want. Even if I don't do anything, she can still improve me. If Little Soul follows Little White, do you believe that it won't take long for it to become the first sword under the 3 swords, the real first sword? If I keep following her, would I be like this now? I might also be the first pagoda under the 3 swords. I realized that after I followed you, my strength didn't grow much, but my skin became thicker. Yi Xian, Yang Yanxue said again, Aria's famous saying is, why can't humans eat? Why can humans eat demon beasts but she can't eat humans? Yi Xian, Yang Yanxue shook her head. Dad has a headache with both of them. One can fool and the other can fight. Speaking up to here, she glanced at Yi Xian. Fortunately, I didn't let them be with you. Otherwise, with the 3 of you together, I think the universe is finished. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Sister, what do you mean by this? Yang Yanxue said indifferently, although they are a bit of a hooligan, they still care about their face. If they follow you, it won't be long before they become shameless. Once they become shameless, it's too scary. Yi Xian, Yang Yanxue said again, I don't know how rich Celestial Treasure Pavilion is, but Little White is definitely very rich. Unfortunately, Dad sent her away. Otherwise, there would be no need for me to come out and think of ways to raise money. Yi Xian looked at Celestial Treasure Pavilion in front of him and chuckled. Actually, I'm very curious about the Pavilion Master of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Little White is rich and fine because she has Aria and Dad to protect her. But this Celestial Treasure Pavilion is so rich and fine. That's a bit scary. Yang Yanxue nodded. Dad mentioned this Pavilion Master. Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue. What did he say? Yang Yanxue smiled. He's not simple. Not simple. Yi Xian was silent. That's what Dad said about Sister Yanxue. At this moment, an old man suddenly walked out of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The old man walked quickly to Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Are you young Master Yi? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. How do you know? The old man smiled. I'm Yu Xian, the president of Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch in the Middle World. Young Master Yi, please come in. Yi Xian glanced at Yu Xian and then he walked into the hall. Yu Xian directly led Yi Xian to the 8th floor. Within the 8th floor, Yu Xian smiled. Young Master Yi, no one has ever entered this floor. This is the first time. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. What? Yu Xian said, this is the VIP floor, and it only receives distinguished guests who possess the Black Heaven token. Yi Xian glanced at the 9th floor and then he said, what kind of distinguished guests are on the 9th floor? Yu Xian shook his head. The 9th floor isn't the VIP floor. It's the Pavilion Master's floor, and it's reserved for the Pavilion Master. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Is your Pavilion Master in the Middle World now? Yu Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I don't know? She doesn't know? Yu Xian nodded. Truthfully speaking, I haven't seen her in a very long time. She came to me and said that she wanted to open a branch here, and she asked me to be the president. After that, she left. Yi Xian was astounded. That's it? Yu Xian smiled. Yes. At that time, I was very confused. Can it be like that? I thought she was joking, but I realized later that she wasn't joking. Now, my Celestial Treasure Pavilion is the largest merchant group in the Middle World. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Has nothing happened to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Something happens. Yu Xian shook his head and smiled. No one comes looking for trouble with us. Even if there is, my Celestial Treasure Pavilion isn't afraid. We have a group of experts of our own. When she came to look for me, she actually found another person as well. That person is very strong. I'm the civil one here, and I'm in charge of all matters in the branch. The other person is the martial one, and he's in charge of dealing with some troubles. Yi Xian spoke in a light voice. One civil one, one martial one. Yu Xian nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian and then he said, Young Master Yi, to tell you the truth, I've sent the Black Heaven token over the years, but the Black Heaven token didn't acknowledge the other party. You're the first Black Heaven token VIP I've met. Yi Xian smiled. What privileges do I have? Yu Xian spoke in a low voice. All the privileges. Yi Xian blinked. All the privileges? Are you sure? Yu Xian smiled bitterly. Yes. You can mobilize the experts of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and you can even mobilize the resources within my Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, if I need money urgently, I can take some from you first, right? Yu Xian nodded. Absolutely. Yi Xian and Yang Ninshui glanced at each other, and they were both slightly shocked. Yi Xian was just about to speak when Yang Ninshui suddenly shook her head. "No." Yi Xian looked at Yang Ninshui. "What?" Yang Ninshui sighed softly. "Silly brother, do you think it's so easy to get benefits? Although I've never met the owner of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he's a businessman. Why did he give you the Black Heaven token? Do you think it's so simple? Everything has its cause and effect. The more benefits you get from Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the more you'll have to pay in the future." Yi Xian was silent. Actually, he had these concerns, but on second thought, what's there to be afraid of? If I can't pay, I'll just pay with my body. Yi Xian was just about to speak when an old man suddenly appeared at the door. The old man bowed slightly. "President, the Hellion family is here." "Hellion family?" Yu Xian frowned slightly. "Tell them that young Master Yi is my Celestial Treasure Pavilion's VIP, a super VIP." The old man bowed slightly and then turned to leave. Yu Xian looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young master, don't worry. In my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, no one dares to touch." At this moment, Yi Xian and the other two's expressions suddenly changed. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. The moment he raised his head, the space-time he was in became illusory. Then Yi Xian was forcibly brought into an illusory world. Yi Xian looked around coldly. It was empty and there was nothing. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. This was the seamless world. Someone forcefully brought him into the seamless world. The other party wanted to use the seamless world's law of time to erase him? Killing with a borrowed knife? Who was it? Chapter 2166. Right when Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded from behind Yi Xian. "You're his son." "Son?" Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, "You're my father's enemy?" Needless to say, he was quite panicked right now. "My father's enemy? What does that mean?" The voice suddenly said, "You really are his son." As soon as it finished speaking, a mysterious force suddenly slashed down towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! An expanse of light erupted, and the mysterious force was instantly obliterated. At the same time, a figure retreated explosively. Yi Xian looked towards the distance, and there was a woman standing there. She wore a tight robe, held a dagger in her hand, and her gaze was extremely sharp like a blade. Yi Xian gazed at her. "Who are you?" The woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "I'm your ancestor." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yi Xian frowned when he heard this, and then he opened his palm and suddenly slashed with the green profound sword. Bang! The woman was blasted 30 kilometers away by a single strike of Yi Xian's sword. The strength of his current attack wasn't something that just anyone could resist. The woman was first stunned when she was blasted back by a single strike of Yi Xian's sword, and then she exploded with rage. "You bastard!" Yi Xian frowned once more when he heard this. "Have you eaten shit? Why is your mouth so stinky?" The woman spoke fiercely. "You're his son, so what are you if not a bastard?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly leaped up and slashed her saber at Yi Xian. The space above him was instantly torn apart, and then a ray of light slashed down. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and then he slowly closed them. In the next moment, the space he resided in instantly became illusory. He slashed over. The woman seemed to have sensed something, and her pupils constricted. In the next moment, her body instantly became illusory. At this moment, a hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder. Boom! The woman's body that was about to completely disappear suddenly returned to normal. Meanwhile, the jade-like hand suddenly punched forward. Boom! An explosion suddenly came from the battlefield. Then Yi Xian, who was in the distance, hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away along with his sword. After Yi Xian came to a stop, he looked off into the distance. Behind the woman in the distance, another woman had appeared. This woman was none other than the woman from the bamboo house he had seen before. This woman again. Yi Xian frowned. In the distance, the woman beside the woman in the bamboo house suddenly shouted madly, "Martial aunt, kill him! Martial uncle!" Yi Xian glanced at the crazed woman and didn't say anything. The bamboo woman glanced coldly at Yi Xian, then turned to the woman. "Leave." The woman's face was filled with madness. "Uncle Master, you're so strong. Why didn't you take revenge for your sect? What are you afraid of?" "Sect?" A trace of bewilderment flashed through Yi Xian's eyes when he heard the woman. Did father annihilate this woman's sect? However, he knew that even though father was careless, his temper was usually very good. The woman in the bamboo house gazed at the woman in front of her with a calm expression. Go back. The woman erupted completely when she heard this. She was like a wild beast that had gone berserk as she glared angrily at the woman in the bamboo house. Martial aunt, do you know how master and those other senior and junior brothers died? Do you know how horrifying their deaths were? They didn't even have the chance to be reincarnated. The woman in the bamboo house fell silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, I want to make it clear that my father's actions are his own, and it has nothing to do with me. If all of you want to take revenge, then I support all of you looking for him. I absolutely won't help you. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the woman in the bamboo house had pursued him so desperately. Obviously, she pursued him with an objective. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and remained silent. The black-robed woman glared angrily at Yi Xian. He annihilated my entire sect, so I'll annihilate his entire clan. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why are you like a mad dog? The black-robed woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You bastard. Your entire family is bastard. Yi Xian's gaze instantly became icy cold. I'll tear your mouth apart. The black-robed woman stared at Yi Xian. Bring it on. Yi Xian vanished on the spot. He knew that the woman was intentionally provoking him to attack. Because as soon as he attacked, the woman in the bamboo house would definitely attack as well. But so what? He'd just do it. As expected, the woman's figure suddenly became illusory at the instant that Yi Xian attacked. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. In the next moment he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. However, his sword hadn't even descended when a hand touched the blade of his sword. Bang! The green profound sword trembled violently. At the same time Yi Xian felt something suffocate his chest, and his figure was blasted flying. At the instant that his figure flew up into the air, a sword had suddenly and mysteriously appeared behind the woman in the bamboo house. The woman didn't even turn around and she just flicked her finger lightly behind her. Crack! The sword shattered into pieces. Meanwhile Yi Xian stopped moving. He opened his palm and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. He gazed at the woman in the bamboo house as he slowly closed his eyes. Slash the future. At the same time he suddenly attacked. Slash the present with a single strike. Slash the future with a single strike. In the distance, the bamboo lady frowned slightly. In the next moment she slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment she suddenly stretched out two fingers, and these two fingers directly clamped onto Yi Xian's Qingxian sword. But at practically the exact same moment, a sword descended straight down towards the top of her head. The woman spoke abruptly. Stop. Bang. The sword above her head stopped moving and then it started burning. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, and the two fingers that clamped down on Yi Xian's green profound sword suddenly exerted force. Bang. A powerful force moved along the green profound sword and struck Yi Xian. Bang. Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively for over 30 kilometers. However, he was safe and sound. His physical body was formidable. The woman in the bamboo house glanced at Yi Xian's physical body, and her beautiful brows knit together slightly. At this moment she was rather shocked in her heart. How long has it been? His physical body has actually become so formidable in such a short time. Yi Xian glanced at the woman in the bamboo house, and then he vanished on the spot once more. The woman in the bamboo house frowned slightly, and then she suddenly charged forward and raised her right knee. Bang! The river of time caved in at the spot where her knee descended. At the same time, a figure was blasted flying from within the river of time. It was Yi Xian. After Yi Xian stopped moving in the distance, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the woman in the bamboo house, and the caved-in space before her hadn't healed yet. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman was actually able to shake the barrier of the river of time. Her strength isn't ordinary. But so what? There was no fear in Yi Xian's eyes. Conversely, there was boundless fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the black-robed woman by the woman's side suddenly vanished on the spot. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! An expanse of sword energy shattered, and the black-robed woman was blasted 3 kilometers away. After the black-robed woman stopped moving, she stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Her gaze was like a sword, and it seemed like she wanted to chop Yi Xian into pieces. Didn't you want to tear my mouth into pieces? Please do. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his eyes gradually turned blood red. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta spoke abruptly, Young master, she's trying to provoke you. Don't lose your mind. A wisp of a ferocious smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. Can you endure this woman? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and then he said, I can't. Yi Xian immediately said, then help me block that woman from the bamboo house. 3 breaths of time will be enough. As he spoke, he summoned Xiao Ta and tossed him towards the woman in the bamboo house. Xiao Ta instantly spoke with astonishment, fuck. Young master, I can endure it. I can fucking endure it. Fuck. However, it was too late. He'd been tossed towards the woman in the bamboo house by Yi Xian. As he gazed at the woman in the bamboo house that was very close to him, Xiao Ta made up his mind and suddenly slammed forward. The woman in the bamboo house frowned slightly when she saw Xiao Ta slam towards her, and then she pressed her fingers together and tapped forward. This tap directly hit the opposite corner of Xiao Ta's head. Bang! In an instant, the space she was in started to seethe. In the next moment, her eyes narrowed slightly, and then she retreated over 30 meters. Of course, Xiao Ta's reaction was even more exaggerated. He was directly blasted away, and he flew out of her field of vision. After he stopped, Xiao Ta, who was lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment, but he didn't get up in the end. He just lay on the ground and said softly, I'd better play dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't move at all. After she stopped, the woman in the bamboo house looked at her right hand, and her fingers had actually split open. The woman in the bamboo house frowned slightly when she witnessed this scene. This pagoda actually injured her. As if she'd thought of something, the woman's pupils suddenly constricted, and she swiftly turned her head to look over. Not far away, the woman in the black dress had been suppressed by Yi Xian's green profound sword, and Yi Xian's right hand was still holding her throat. The woman in the bamboo house narrowed her eyes when she witnessed this scene. Don't hurt her. As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right fist. Yi Xian paid no attention to the woman in the bamboo house, and he just gazed at the woman in the black dress who stood before him. The woman in the black dress stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Come on. Kill me if you have the balls. Yi Xian grinned, and then his right hand clamped down on both sides of the woman's mouth. The woman in the bamboo house suddenly spoke. Kill her. I'll definitely kill you. Yi Xian swiftly turned his head and spoke fiercely. I'm fucking begging you to kill me. You're a dog if you don't. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force. In an instant, Yi Xian tore open the woman's mouth, and her entire face was mutilated and bloody. At the same time, Yi Xian swiftly withdrew a sword and stabbed it into the woman's stomach, and then he spun it around. Does that feel good? The woman in the black dress gazed at Yi Xian and started laughing. She laughed like a madman. Martial uncle, you're the only one left from the solitary mystery sect now. You're the only one left. Ah. As she spoke, her soul swiftly started to dissipate. Meanwhile, Yi Xian sensed an extremely terrifying killing intent assaulting him from behind. The killing intent was so strong that it was even more terrifying than when he'd activated the crazy demon bloodline. Note: 1 minute late, 1 extra chapter. I have a stockpile and I'm willful. Chapter 2167. Killing Intent. When Yi Xian sensed the terrifying killing intent behind him, there wasn't even a trace of fear in his eyes, and there was only madness. Yi Xian had completely activated his insanity devil bloodline. At the same time, he suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. A ray of blood-red light shot out like a waterfall, and the surrounding space was instantly set ablaze. Meanwhile, a fist suddenly smashed against his ray of light. Bang! In an instant, the ray of light shattered, and Yi Xian retreated explosively with his sword. However, he hadn't even stopped when a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. It was the woman from the bamboo room, and she immediately raised her knee towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. With a command in his heart, the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! Along with a loud bang, Yi Xian retreated explosively with his shield for over 10 kilometers. At the same time, the area of space where Yi Xian stood just now had been dented into a strange shape. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, he suddenly looked up, and a faint fist had arrived in front of him. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword shield blocked in front of him once more. Bang! The green profound sword shield shook violently. Even though it didn't crack, the powerful force passed through the green profound sword shield and struck Yi Xian's body. Bang! Yi Xian retreated explosively once more. Moreover, his entire body actually started to crack. This woman's strength is truly too terrifying. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Yi Xian's eyes after he stopped moving. He raised his head to look at the woman from the bamboo room. She didn't attack again and she was just looking at him. Yi Xian wiped off the blood that seeped out from the corners of his mouth, and then he laughed hideously. That's it? The woman gazed at Yi Xian, and then she slowly clenched her right hand. In the next moment she slowly closed her eyes. In the distance, Yi Xian squinted his eyes as he gripped the green profound sword tightly in his right hand. Boundless power of the bloodline continued to flow into the green profound sword. In an instant, the green profound sword turned into a blood-red sword. At this moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion suddenly took a step forward. As her foot descended, she opened her eyes. This world is boundless. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. With this punch, the space-time in front of her suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, a fist imprint had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment he once again smelled the scent of death. Yi Xian once again drew out the azure profound sword shield to block in front of him. At this moment, the fist mark directly blasted onto the azure profound sword shield. Rumble. In an instant, with Yi Xian as the center, the starry sky within a radius of several million li began to be destroyed bit by bit. At this moment, the entire medium dimension was shocked, and countless experts shot their gazes towards this expanse of the starry sky. After the fist smashed onto the azure profound sword shield, it started to tremble violently. Even though it didn't shatter into pieces, Yi Xian's body behind it had started to crack apart bit by bit. Countless strands of blood surged out from within his body. In an instant, Yi Xian was completely covered in blood. Yi Xian's body trembled violently. At this moment, he felt like a myriad of horses were madly pulling at his body, and it caused his entire body to ache with excruciating pain. Even though he possessed a formidable ability to heal himself, the speed of destruction from that punch had far surpassed the speed at which he could heal himself. Right at this moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion suddenly withdrew her fist. As soon as she withdrew her fist, the mysterious energy in the surroundings instantly surged back into her fist like tidewater. But in the next moment she suddenly smashed her fist forward once more. As soon as she smashed her fist forward, everything in the surroundings was instantly obliterated, and even the terrifying barrier of time had warped at this moment. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. In the next moment, the azure profound sword shield was blasted flying, and then a fist smashed against his chest. Bang! His cracked body had instantly collapsed into pieces, and only his soul remained. Moreover, his soul had even started to burn at this moment. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Little soul!" As soon as he finished speaking, Little Soul suddenly transformed into a ray of light that entered Yi Xian's soul. Bang! Yi Xian's soul was instantly suppressed. Meanwhile, the woman in the bamboo pavilion was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly roared furiously, "Do you disregard me for injuring my young master? Do I really have no face left?" As soon as he finished speaking, a golden afterimage smashed against the woman in the bamboo pavilion. The woman in the bamboo pavilion who'd intended to attack frowned slightly, and then she turned around to gaze at Xiao Ta who was charging towards her. In the next moment she suddenly charged forward and struck her knee against Xiao Ta's horns. It was a head-on collision. Bang! Xiao Ta was instantly blasted flying at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. When he finally stopped, his body was covered in countless cracks. Of course, his horns were still completely fine. Xiao Ta lay on the ground and his voice was extremely weak. "Young master, I've tried my best." In the distance, the woman in the bamboo pavilion glanced at her knees. There were 2 deep holes on her knees and they were caused by Xiao Ta's horns. The woman in the bamboo pavilion glanced coldly at Xiao Ta who was lying motionless on the ground. In the next moment she vanished on the spot, and when she appeared again she was already in front of Xiao Ta. She grabbed Xiao Ta who was on the verge of death, and then her right hand suddenly grabbed both of Xiao Ta's horns. Horn pulling. When he noticed the woman's intentions, Xiao Ta was instantly terrified out of his wits. "Fuck, woman. You can kill them but you can't humiliate them." The woman in the bamboo pavilion paid no attention to Xiao Ta, and she started to exert force instead. As soon as she exerted force, Xiao Ta instantly became illusory. Xiao Ta was horrified. At this moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion frowned because she noticed that she actually couldn't pull them out even with her strength. At this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed over. The woman in the bamboo pavilion turned around and blocked with her arm. Bang! The ray of sword light shattered. In the next moment, the woman in the bamboo pavilion punched out with her arm. Bang! A shadow instantly flew out. It was Yi Xian's soul. As soon as Yi Xian's soul stopped, he instantly became illusory. If it wasn't for the green profound sword, then this attack was sufficient to destroy his soul. After he stopped, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and the green profound sword suppressed his soul madly. In the distance, the woman in the bamboo pavilion didn't pull out Xiao Ta's horns anymore. She suddenly punched Xiao Ta's body. Bang! Xiao Ta trembled violently, and fine cracks appeared on his body. The woman in the bamboo pavilion didn't stop, and she punched Xiao Ta again. Bang! Xiao Ta's body trembled again, and the fine cracks gradually grew larger. Just like that, the woman in the bamboo pavilion pounded Xiao Ta madly. It was very obvious that she intended to shatter Xiao Ta completely. Right at this moment, Yi Xian spoke abruptly, "Little soul, fuse with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he fused completely with the green profound sword. In the next moment he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, a sword slashed down towards the woman in the bamboo pavilion. A single strike to the soul. The woman in the bamboo pavilion's fist that was originally smashing towards Xiao Ta suddenly changed direction, and then it directly smashed towards Yi Xian's sword. Bang! The sword shook violently and then it collapsed into pieces. However, the woman in the bamboo pavilion suddenly frowned. In the next moment, her soul was about to leave her body, but it instantly returned to her body. She gazed at Yi Xian and then she picked up Xiao Ta and tossed it at Yi Xian. This toss caused Xiao Ta to be instantly set ablaze. Its strength was too terrifying. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils constricted abruptly. With a command in his heart, the green profound sword suddenly flew out from his soul, and then it blocked in front of him. Xiao Ta directly collided with the green profound sword and shield. Bang! The sword and the pagoda howled in pain. Yi Xian opened his palm and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. At this moment Xiao Ta's aura was extremely weak. Xiao Ta's voice trembled, "Young master, it's been hundreds of thousands of years. I've never been bullied like this." A trace of guilt flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. "I'm sorry." As he spoke he was about to put Xiao Ta away. However, Xiao Ta said, "Young master, I'm going to die either way. I want to die in battle and fight this woman to the death." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "Are you sure?" Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and then he said, "It's fine as long as you don't sell me out." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly clenched her right hand tightly, and the pitch-black space here instantly started burning. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes as he gazed at the woman. He opened his palm and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. In the next moment his soul started burning. He was fighting desperately. What was fighting desperately? It was courting death. He was very clearly aware that there was a huge gap between their strengths, so he wouldn't have a chance at all if he didn't fight desperately. When his soul started to burn, Yi Xian's aura rose explosively. He gazed at the woman, and the latter had a calm expression on her face. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and then the green profound sword in his hand suddenly vanished. He'd slashed the future with his sword. In the distance, the woman slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, her right hand suddenly slashed towards the right. With this slash, a hole was torn open in the barrier of time, and a sword was slashing towards her from within that hole. It was the green profound sword. She could see the flow of time in the future. Yi Xian was shocked when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly issued a command in his heart to withdraw the green profound sword that was about to slash towards the woman. The woman stared at Yi Xian, just as she said, "I'm the only one left from the solitary mystery path. Since I'm all alone, then why should I worry about anything?" As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right hand and then she punched once more. Countless strands of mysterious energy suddenly surged towards Yi Xian like tidewater, and they intended to crush him into pieces. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. This time he didn't choose to defend himself. The best defense was offense. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and then a few 100,000 energy swords instantly appeared around him. In the next moment, those energy swords tore through the surroundings. In an instant, ear-piercing tearing sounds resounded throughout the starry sky. Yi Xian's surroundings suddenly started burning. Death. At this moment, there was only a single thought in his mind. If he couldn't defend himself against this punch, he would definitely die. This was because he was currently a soul and his soul was extremely weak. If he couldn't win, he would die. As he thought of this, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment he suddenly charged forward, drew his sword and slashed. A sword of life and death. If he didn't live, he would die. As soon as Yi Xian's sword landed, his entire body was sent flying. At the same time, a powerful force directly blasted his soul. Boom. In an instant, Yi Xian's soul started burning, and then it started to vanish at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the last day of this month, I'm begging for votes. If you don't vote and he doesn't vote, when will I be able to make a name for myself? Chapter 2168. His soul was vanishing. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. At this moment he felt like he was about to disappear from this world. Even now he didn't call for help. King Kaoshan. That was the nickname Heaven's hatefulness had given him. However, no one knew that he really disliked this nickname. Without Qing and his dad, would he be unable to survive in this world? The facts proved that it was indeed so. Reality was cruel. Temper? It was fine to have a temper, but a temper without strength was useless. But a person couldn't lose his temper and his guts. Otherwise, what was the point of living? Be indifferent to life and death. Fight if you're not satisfied. It sounded awesome, but there was a price to pay. There were many people in this world who had a temper and guts, but their strength didn't allow them to do things without regard for the consequences. There were far too many injustices in this world, and not everyone could resist such injustice. Just like now. The woman in black had tried to assassinate him and then humiliated him. How could he tolerate that? If he couldn't tolerate it, then he would fight. But if Qing and his dad didn't show up, then what would the result be? The result would be that he would be beaten up and his life would end. That was reality. But Yi Xian didn't regret it. Didn't people live to live? If they didn't die, they would live for thousands of years. Yi Xian suddenly laughed madly, and then he drew his sword and slashed. This was his last strike. There was no breakthrough before death, and then his strength would skyrocket to beat his opponent. The strike was very weak. It was so weak that the woman in bamboo looked down on it. After that strike, Yi Xian's soul became more and more illusory, and his consciousness became more and more blurry. At this moment, the woman in the bamboo house suddenly charged forward and punched towards Yi Xian, who turned completely illusory. At this moment, Yang Yanxue suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She flipped her palm and a talisman flew out. The talisman expanded in the wind and transformed into a ray of golden light that shot towards the woman in bamboo. The woman frowned and waved her sleeve. Boom. The golden light shattered and the bamboo woman was sent tumbling backwards 10,000 feet. When she came to a stop, Yi Xian and Yang Yanxue had already disappeared. The bamboo woman's eyes narrowed when she saw this. Fleeing? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stomped her right foot and vanished on the spot. In the distance, a huge hole was torn in space-time. At the end of the distant starry sky, Yang Yanxue carried Yi Xian on her back as she ran. A green light flashed under her feet, so her speed was extremely fast. Yang Yanshua's expression was incomparably grave. "Brother, how are you doing?" Yi Xian did not answer. Although his soul was being suppressed by the green profound sword, his soul was too weak. At this moment, his consciousness was gradually blurring. Yang Yanshua's face instantly sank when she saw that Yi Xian didn't answer her. She turned around and glanced behind her. A formidable aura was getting closer and closer to her. Yang Yanxue ran as fast as she could, her voice trembling. "Dad, you can hear me, right?" In the distant endless starry sky, the azure-robed man stood in the starry sky. He held a sword in his left hand and remained silent. Beside him, a woman held his hand tightly. It was Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi looked at the azure-robed man and said softly, "Is it difficult?" The azure-robed man nodded slightly and said softly, "Do you think I'm cruel?" Su Qingshi was silent. The azure-robed man said softly, "Qingshi, I've wanted him to be an ordinary person more than once and let him live a carefree life. But this child, although he's flashy, his blood is very similar to mine. You can't take it. With his personality, if he doesn't have the support of powerful strength, he'll live a miserable life in the future." Moreover, as he spoke, he shook his head and did not speak any more. Su Qingshi was silent. Why did the eagle cruelly push its cub off the cliff time and time again? Because it wanted its cub to have the ability to fly so that it could survive in this world. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the azure-robed man's side. "How can one achieve Tao without suffering?" Su Qingshi turned around and saw two women slowly walking over from afar. Seeing the two women, the azure-robed man smiled bitterly. "Sister Xiu. Little Tian." Was Tian Xiu. Tian Xiu glanced at the azure-robed man. "Your son is flashy every day. If he doesn't suffer, he'll only be a second-generation heir in the future. Feeling sorry for him now is really harming him. Qi Bai Tian shook his head. Tianming has spoiled him too much. Tianming. Everyone here fell silent when they heard this. This was once their greatest enemy. It was impossible to reason with this woman. At this moment, Su Qingshi suddenly frowned. Why hasn't Tianming made a move yet? Hearing this, the green-robed man narrowed his eyes. He suddenly turned his head and his gaze pierced through countless galaxies, arriving at the Milky Way galaxy. However, just as his gaze was about to enter the Milky Way galaxy, a mysterious force blocked his vision. The azure-robed man raised his brows slightly and gently raised his thumb. A ray of sword light directly tore through the endless starry sky and pierced into the Milky Way. A hole was directly torn in the Milky Way. The azure-robed man saw the woman in a plain dress. The woman in a plain dress sat in front of a chessboard in a noisy square. The square was filled with people and it was very bustling. The woman in the plain dress picked up a white chess piece and placed it down. Just as her chess piece was placed down, a black chess piece was placed right after. However, there was no one in front of her. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw the black ghost stone descend. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in front of her. You want to save him? The woman fell silent. The voice smiled and said, Sir Tianming, can you really protect him forever? The woman looked in front of her. Yes, I can kill you. The voice roared with laughter. Sir Tianming, I have to admit that you're really very strong. Strong to the point even I feel that it's unusual. However, you know better than anyone that this matter won't end even if you kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed in this dimension for so long without acting. Tianming fell silent. The voice continued, Actually, I used to be confused about the meaning of life. It wasn't until I came to this Milky Way galaxy that I suddenly realized that the reason why life has meaning is because everything is unknown. Only the unknown has meaning. Tianming shook her head. Life has meaning because it has an end. Only with an end can the process have meaning. Without an end, life is meaningless. The voice fell silent. Tianming suddenly stood up, threw a white ghost stone and turned to leave. This time it's a draw. After taking 2 steps, her voice came again. Remember, the reason why my life has meaning is because my brother is alive. If he dies, then my life will have no meaning. If my life has no meaning, then is there any meaning to the existence of this universe? The voice said, Are you threatening me? Tianming didn't even turn her head. Isn't my threat obvious enough? The voice. In the starry sky, Yang Yinxue carried Yi Xian on her back as she ran. Yang Yinxue said with a trembling voice, Dad, are you really going to watch him die? There was no response. Yang Yinxue said again, Tianming, your brother is about to be beaten to death. There was still no response. Yang Yinxue's face instantly turned pale when she witnessed this scene. Brother, you've been abandoned. Meanwhile, the space behind her was suddenly torn into pieces, and then a fist tore through the air towards her. Yang Yinxue was shocked. She hurriedly turned around, withdrew a talisman and tossed it over. Bang! A terrifying force erupted from the talisman and smashed against the fist. Rumble. The fist shook violently and exploded apart, and the powerful impact blasted Yang Yinxue and Yi Xian over 100 kilometers away. Yang Yinxue had just stopped moving, and she carried Yi Xian on her back as she flew forward again. Yang Yinxue hadn't vanished for long when the woman from the bamboo pavilion appeared here. She frowned slightly as she gazed at Yang Yinxue who'd vanished, and then she vanished on the spot. Countless spatial barriers in the distance were torn apart. Continued chasing after her. At the end of the starry sky, Yang Yinxue turned around and glanced over, and then her face instantly fell. That woman has no intention of stopping at all. Yang Yinxue spoke solemnly, Brother, I can't stop her. I want to leave you here and run by myself. If you have any objections, then just let me know. Yi Xian was at a loss for words. Yang Yinxue hurriedly said when she noticed that Yi Xian was silent, So you don't have any objections? If you don't, then I'll put you down. She was about to put Yi Xian down when Yi Xian suddenly spoke weakly, Big sister? I think I can still be saved. Big sister. Yang Yinxue's heart instantly softened, and she withdrew another talisman and crushed it. In an instant, a strand of mysterious energy surged into Yi Xian's soul, and Yi Xian's green sword was ceaselessly healing Yi Xian's soul. Yang Yinxue turned around to look. She knew that she had to buy time for Yi Xian. Suddenly Yang Yinxue's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly stopped. As soon as she did, the space in front of her had split apart, and then a woman walked out from within it. It was the woman from the bamboo pavilion. The woman gazed at Yang Yanxue. Yang Yanxue suddenly opened her palm, and then a talisman flew out from her palm. It was like a sharp arrow that instantly arrived before the woman from the bamboo pavilion. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she smashed her fist forward. Bang! The talisman was instantly blasted apart, but she herself was pushed almost 300 m back as well. After she stopped, she glanced at her fist and it was completely mangled. The woman frowned when she witnessed this scene. In the next moment she swiftly raised her head, and then her figure shot forward like a cannonball. Yang Yanxue stopped again at the end of the starry sky, and she just stopped when the woman from the bamboo pavilion appeared in front of her again. Yang Yanxue's expression was extremely unsightly. She couldn't compare to the woman in terms of speed. The woman gazed at Yang Yanxue. I think that you can't possibly have a lot of such talismans, right? Yang Yanxue spoke indifferently. I don't have a lot, just a few thousand. As she spoke, she flipped her right hand, and a few thousand talismans appeared in her grasp. The woman's expression froze when she witnessed this scene. Xiao Ta's voice suddenly trembled as he spoke. This is a true second generation. Chapter 2169. A few thousand talismans. The woman's face fell when she saw the talismans in Yang Yanxue's hand. The might of those talismans was extraordinary, so she didn't dare underestimate them. Yang Yanxue suddenly said, Xiao Ta, take your young master into the pagoda to recuperate. Xiao Ta hurriedly took Yishan into the pagoda. Yang Yanxue gazed at the woman with an emotionless expression. I didn't really want to use these talismans because my father said that I only know how to use external objects. She shook her head at this point. Woman, let me see how good you are at fighting. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a talisman suddenly flew out. A ray of golden light tore through the surroundings. The woman remained expressionless as she punched forward. Bang! The ray of golden light was instantly obliterated, but another ray of golden light shot over in the next moment. The woman frowned slightly, and then she slowly closed her eyes. A moment later, her body became illusory. She slashed forward. Yang Yanxue's eyes immediately narrowed when she saw the woman's body turn illusory. In the next moment she opened her palm, and an ancient mirror appeared in it. The ancient mirror suddenly flew above her head, and then a strange ray of light enveloped her. Bang! In an instant Yang Yanxue's body became illusory. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly raised her head to look at Yang Yanxue, and her eyes narrowed slightly. You're not in the past. Yang Yanxue spoke indifferently. Do you know what mirror this is? It's the divine spatial mirror. Under its illumination, no one will be able to slash my past or see into my future. The bamboo woman glanced at the time-space divine mirror above Yang Yanxue's head. She slowly clenched her right hand. In the next moment she suddenly rushed forward and punched at Yang Yanxue. What welcomed her was a large number of talismans. Yang Yanxue tossed out talismans like a madman, and it didn't take long for the river of stars to seethe and burn. Under the frenzied bombardment of Yang Yanxue's talismans, the bamboo woman was blasted back repeatedly. Those talismans weren't ordinary talismans and they were extremely formidable. Of course, it was mainly because there were so many of them. Roughly 15 minutes later, the talismans in Yang Yanxue's hands became fewer and fewer, and her expression became more and more solemn. Although those talismans could repel the bamboo woman, they couldn't kill her. Not long after, Yang Yanxue's last talisman was used up, and it was easily shattered by a punch from the bamboo woman in the distance. The bamboo woman looked at Yang Yanxue. Anything else? Yang Yanxue shook her head. No. The bamboo woman was expressionless. Then it is time for you to die. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward and punched Yang Yanxue, and the powerful force of her punch instantly enveloped Yang Yanxue. Yang Yanxue's expression was calm. When the woman arrived in front of her, Yang Yanxue suddenly opened her palm, and a small hall appeared in her hand. In the next moment, a ray of sword light suddenly flew out from within the small hall. Boom! The bamboo woman was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away by the sword light. After she stopped moving, she gazed at her right hand and there was a deep injury on it. Her eyes narrowed slightly when she noticed the injury on her right hand, and then she raised her head to look at Yang Yanxue. At this moment, the small hall in Yang Yanxue's hand suddenly flew up slowly. As soon as it flew into the air, it expanded explosively and transformed into a huge hall. There were two large words above the entrance to the hall: Sword Hall. The Sword Hall. The bamboo woman frowned slightly. What divine treasure is that? Yang Yinshua's face remained expressionless. The sword hall. The sword hall. The bamboo woman shook her head. I've never heard of it. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly charged forward and punched Yang Yinshua. This punch was covered in a light that was dazzling like the sun. As soon as she punched forward, the boundless starry sky seethed once more. Meanwhile, a sword suddenly flew out from the hall above Yang Yinshua, and it slashed down from midair. The light was instantly torn apart by the sword. A cold glow flashed through the bamboo woman's eyes. She didn't retreat but moved forward instead, and she smashed her fist towards the descending sword. Bang! A ray of light suddenly exploded apart. The sword was blasted flying while the bamboo woman was pushed over 1 kilometer back. After she stopped moving, she glanced at her right hand, and she noticed that it had actually been sliced open. The bamboo woman's brows knit together tightly when she witnessed this scene, and then she raised her head to look at the hall above Yang Yinshua. The sword from before had returned to the hall. Yang Yinshua gazed at the bamboo woman. Do you still want to fight? The bamboo woman glanced at Yang Yinshua. Many divine treasures. Yang Yinshua nodded. Indeed. Meanwhile, the bamboo woman suddenly said, they're external objects in the end. As soon as she finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, she pressed her palms together. Yang Yinshua's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she formed seals with both hands while silently chanting. Right at this moment, the bamboo woman suddenly opened her eyes and took a step forward. As soon as she took that step, her soul suddenly left her body, and then her body transformed into numerous afterimages. Moreover, her soul had transformed into numerous afterimages as well. Yang Yinshua sensed the aura of death in the distance, and her eyes opened wide. Slash! As soon as her voice resounded, 10 swords suddenly slashed out from within the hall. In an instant, countless rays of light surged like a waterfall and drowned the countless afterimages of the bamboo woman. But in the next moment, the rays of light suddenly shattered, and then the 10 swords were blasted flying. At the same time, an afterimage charged over to Yang Yinshua. Yang Yinshua's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly opened her right hand. A black shield appeared there. However, it had only just appeared when a hand grabbed her throat. The bamboo woman grabbed Yang Yinshua's throat and slammed her forward. Bang! Yang Yinshua's body instantly exploded apart, and only her soul remained. The bamboo woman stared fixedly at Yang Yinshua, who was in soul form. Do you have any more divine treasures? As she spoke, she slowly exerted force with her right hand. Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared behind her, and she immediately let go of Yang Yinshua before swiftly turning around and striking with her elbow. Bang! The sword was blasted flying. Moreover, a man stood not too far away from her. It was none other than Yi Xian. At this moment Yi Xian's body had recovered, and so had his soul. Yi Xian gazed at the bamboo woman. I've been revived. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword suddenly vanished. In the distance, the bamboo woman raised her arm to block. Bang! The green profound sword was directly blocked flying. But in the next moment, another sword slashed over. The bamboo woman pointed out with a finger. Bang! The sword was instantly shattered. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was already by Yang Yinshua's side, and he gazed at the extremely weak Yang Yinshua. Big sister, are you all right? Yang Yinshua shook her head. I'm fine, I just almost died. Yi Xian spoke in a light voice. I'm sorry. Yang Yinshua shook her head slightly. Little brother, let's not chat. Think about how to deal with this woman. Yi Xian turned around to look at the bamboo woman in the distance. Needless to say, she was the most terrifying expert he'd encountered so far. His intuition told him that she hadn't even used her full strength. The bamboo woman gazed at Yi Xian, and then her figure suddenly floated up slowly. In an instant, countless strands of mysterious energy converged from the surroundings and surged into her body. Yi Xian frowned. This woman is going to use her ultimate move again. The bamboo woman gazed at Yi Xian and she slowly clenched her right fist. Crack! Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning appeared above her. As soon as these bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, a strand of monstrous might swept down from the sky. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword trembled violently before he vanished on the spot along with Yi Xian. He's gone. The bamboo woman was stunned when she witnessed this scene. Did he flee? In next to no time she confirmed that Yi Xian had fled. The bamboo woman's expression instantly turned cold. How can he flee from a fight? In the next moment, the bamboo woman tore the space in front of her apart. Yi Xian utilized the green profound sword to return to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The expression of the branch president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yu Xian, instantly became unsightly when he saw Yi Xian. He was already aware of what had happened between Yi Xian and the bamboo woman, and the reason he hadn't helped Yi Xian was because he knew the bamboo woman. The bamboo woman was said to be one of the 3 strongest fighters in the middle world. So, he decided to feign ignorance and hadn't chosen to bring others to help Yi Xian. What sort of person was Yi Xian? When he saw Yu Xian's expression, he knew what Yu Xian was thinking. Obviously, even though Qin Shi was an extraordinary VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yu Xian wasn't willing to go against the bamboo woman for Qin Shi's sake. Yi Xian smiled and said, "President Yu Xian, I didn't come here to ask you to help me go against the bamboo woman. I want you to help me protect something." Yu Xian hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Yi Xian opened his palm and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. Xiao Ta's voice trembled, "Young lord, what are you doing?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Xiao Ta, both you and my sister are heavily injured. Both of you need to heal, especially my sister. Her physical body was destroyed and her soul was heavily injured." Xiao Ta immediately said, "Young lord, I want to live and die with you." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Listen to me." After that, he placed Xiao Ta in Yu Xian's hand, and then he turned around and flew away on his sword. However, as soon as he left the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the bamboo woman appeared in front of him. In the hall, Yu Xian looked at Xiao Ta and his hand in silence. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared behind him, and he looked at Yi Xian, who was facing the bamboo woman. "Are you sure you won't help?" Yu Xian's expression was calm. "Are you a match for Dao Xianyi?" Dao Xianyi was the bamboo woman's name. The middle-aged man shook his head. Yu Xian said softly, "Although the solitary mystery path has been destroyed, Dao Xianyi is still here. If we help, this woman might kill us." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "He has the Shantian token." Yu Xian shook his head, "Just play dumb." After saying that, he hesitated. After all, the pavilion master has not appeared for a long time. The middle-aged man was silent. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at the bamboo woman in front of him. He did not say anything and directly ignited his physical body. Boom. Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. However, it was not over yet. Yi Xian began to ignite his bloodline. Igniting the crazy demon bloodline. The moment he chose to ignite the crazy demon bloodline, a violent and murderous intent from the depths of his bloodline suddenly rushed into his sea of consciousness. Boom. In an instant, Yi Xian's eyes turned into a sea of blood. He had completely gone mad. This time there were no fancy tricks. This time he was ready to die. Chapter 2170. Crazed Demon Bloodline. After completely entering a berserk state, Yi Xian's aura instantly skyrocketed. At this moment, everyone within a radius of several million miles felt a terrifying killing intent. The hidden experts who had rushed over were all shocked. What kind of bloodline was this? It was actually so terrifying. In the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yu Xian looked at Yi Xian, who was covered in blood in the distance, and remained silent. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. He was shocked by Yi Xian's strength. He had never thought that Yi Xian would be able to fight with Dao Xian for so long. Did Dao Xianyi go easy on him? Obviously not. Not simple. A complicated look flashed across Yu Xian's eyes. He knew that since Yi Xian was able to obtain the pavilion leader's approval, he was definitely not a simple person. However, he did not dare to gamble with the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch. If he lost the bet, not only would he die, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion branch would also disappear. He couldn't afford to gamble. In the distant sky, Dao Xuanyi looked at Yi Xian with a calm expression, but her right hand slowly clenched. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Dao Xuanyi. His eyes were like a sea of blood, and his killing intent was monstrous. All the experts in the surroundings retreated explosively, because they realized that Yi Xian's killing intent was actually able to corrode their minds. In the sky, without any nonsense, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was. A ray of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. This strike was mixed with boundless viciousness and killing intent. Dao Xian was expressionless. She took a step forward and punched towards Yi Xian. With this punch, everything around her was annihilated. The powerful fist force shook the entire middle world. Both of them chose to fight head-on. Boom. A blood-colored sword light suddenly erupted from the horizon. Subsequently, both of them retreated at the same time. However, Dao Xian stopped after retreating several hundred feet, whereas Yi Xian retreated several thousand feet. Dao Xianyi looked at her right hand. There were countless cracks on it. Seeing this, Dao Xuanyi frowned deeply. She realized that Yi Xian's strength had become much stronger. Moreover, Yi Xian's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Dao Xianyi looked at Yi Xian, who was in the distance. In the next moment, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Dao Xianyi suddenly stomped her foot on top of Yi Xian's head, and when her foot descended, the space in front of her instantly caved in. Boom. Yi Xian didn't even have the time to react before he was stomped into a boundless spatial abyss. As soon as he stopped moving, an afterimage suddenly flashed over to him, and then a fist that carried monstrous might and force smashed towards his head with the intention of smashing his head apart. This time Yi Xian did not choose to dodge. Instead, he directly stabbed his sword at Dao Xuanyi's abdomen. However, Dao Xianyi did not choose to dodge either. Bang! Yi Xian's body crumbled, and his soul retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. At the same time, Yi Xian's sword pierced Dao Xuanyi's abdomen. Just as the green profound sword was about to suppress Dao Xuanyi's soul, a powerful force shook the green profound sword out of his body. Dao Xuanyi closed her eyes slowly, and her soul became illusory. Even though the sword had been shaken out of her body, it had still caused a heavy injury to her soul. She'd been slightly careless this time, because she hadn't expected that the sword would be able to restrain the soul. She'd thought that the sword was only slightly sharper. In the distance, after Yi Xian's body shattered, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp before he suddenly vanished on the spot. A ray of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. It tore through everything. In the distance, Dao Xuanyi suddenly raised her head, and then she charged forward and smashed her fist forward. Swish! This punch tore through everything before it. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his sword. However, a sword suddenly slashed towards Dao Xuanyi in the next moment. A wisp of icy coldness flashed in Dao Xuanyi's eyes, and she raised her arm to block it. Bang! The sword was blasted away. In the next moment she was about to attack again. However, another sword slashed towards her. Dao Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Her right palm slowly returned to the space between her brows. In the next moment she charged forward, and her palm slashed down like a blade. Bang! The sword was slashed into pieces. At the same time, a palm suddenly slashed down from above Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked above his head. Bang! The sword shield shook violently, and Yi Xian's soul fell from the sky. Suddenly, Dao Xuanyi appeared in front of Yi Xian like a ghost, and she pointed at the space between Yi Xian's brows. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly, and the green profound sword suddenly returned to the sheath in his hand. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. This wasn't an ordinary slash. It was slashing the future, the present, and the past. 3 swords as one. As soon as Yi Xian attacked, Dao Xuanyi immediately frowned. However, she didn't withdraw her finger. Instead, she stomped her right foot on the ground, and her strength increased once more. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his sword, but Dao Xuanyi retreated over 1 kilometer as well. Not only that, her right hand was directly torn apart by Yi Xian's attack, and she'd almost lost an arm. At the same time, there was a blood-red sword scar between her brows. Dao Xuanyi stared fixedly at the distant Yi Xian. She noticed that Yi Xian's sword was much stronger than before. Under normal circumstances, even if Yi Xian slashed the past, the future, and the present, it would still be impossible for him to injure her. But it was different now. After Yi Xian's bloodline energy was activated, his strength was completely different from before. Pure bloodline energy. At this moment, Dao Xuanyi had a trace of doubt in her heart. I've already destroyed Yi Xian's physical body, so why does he still have bloodline energy? Could it be that his bloodline isn't in his physical body but in his soul? I can't figure it out. She didn't think about it either. Dao Xuanyi slowly clenched her right hand and she was just about to attack. However, right at this moment Yi Xian suddenly became illusory. Slash over. Dao Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she suddenly raised her arm to block. Bang! An expanse of blood-red sword energy suddenly erupted, and Dao Xuanyi was pushed back by over 1 kilometer. Moreover, as soon as she stopped moving, her right arm flew into the air. It was severed. The experts in the shadows were astounded when they witnessed this scene. Has Yi Xian's strength grown stronger again? Dao Xuani stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who stood in the distance. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly raised his sword and slashed over fiercely. The blood-red sword energy contained boundless vicious energy and killing intent, and even Dao Xuani couldn't help but frown. The killing intent and vicious energy were so strong that they were unprecedented. When facing Yi Xian, who was growing stronger and stronger, Dao Xuani didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. Her left hand suddenly stretched forward, and then she formed a strange seal. In the next moment she moved forward lightly. This movement caused the space around her to suddenly erupt like a volcano that had been accumulating energy for a few tens of thousands of years, and then a formidable force surged out from her at the center. Bang! The blood-red sword energy shattered, and then Yi Xian was pushed back repeatedly. At the same time, the entire river of stars started seething, and then it was incinerated and obliterated. The entire middle world was shocked, because their battle had harmed the quintessence of the middle world. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared here. He glanced at Yi Xian and then he gazed at Dao Xuani. Supreme Xuani, you've harmed the quintessence of this world. Dao Xuani glanced coldly at the old man. Mu Xian, this isn't related to your world sect. Mu Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Supreme Xuani, all of us Supreme Exalts had an agreement that no one is allowed to harm the quintessence of this world. Now that you've... Dao Xuani stared fixedly at Mu Xian. My solitary profound sect has perished, so why should I care about all of that? Tell them that I'll beat up anyone who dares to stop me, and I stand by my word. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards Yi Xian, who was standing in the distance. Mu Xian sighed softly on the spot. He'd finally realized what was going on. Dao Xuani didn't care anymore. Because if they really tried to stop her, then she would beat them up as well. After all, a mad Supreme Exalted was no joke. Beat up Yi Xian? Mu Xian glanced at Yi Xian, who stood in the distance. He didn't know Yi Xian. However, based on the current situation, it was obvious that this young man's background wasn't simple at all. Especially that bloodline of his. That bloodline was too abnormal. Even though Yi Xian was still being suppressed by Dao Xuani, he wasn't completely powerless to fight back. Because even Dao Xuani didn't dare rashly go head-on against his green profound sword. The green profound sword that was enhanced by the energy of his bloodline was no joke, and it could probably even slash Xiao Ta apart. Moreover, because Yi Xian had fallen completely into a state of madness, he was endlessly enhanced by the energy of his bloodline. The madder he became, the stronger he became. The more he fought, the stronger he became. There was no upper limit. This was the most terrifying aspect of his mad devil bloodline. Right at this moment, Yi Xian was suddenly blasted back by Dao Xuani's punch, and as soon as he stopped, a ray of sword energy slashed towards Dao Xuani without any warning. Dao Xuani suddenly struck with her elbow. Bang! The ray of sword energy was directly shattered by her, but her right elbow had split open, and her bones were visible. Dao Xuani looked at her elbow in silence. In the distance, Yi Xian started to reconstruct his physical body as soon as he stopped. With his current strength, it was quite easy for him to reconstruct his physical body. However, the reconstructed physical body would not have the dreadful defensive ability it had before. Every time his body was destroyed, he would have to reconstruct it. However, Yi Xian didn't care. Because even his previous body couldn't resist Dao Xuani's terrifying strength. It didn't make much of a difference now. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani suddenly moved slowly to take down the bamboo house behind her. Mu Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw that, and he hurriedly stopped her. Supreme Xuani, you mustn't. What you're doing is destroying this world. You'll become the greatest sinner of the middle world. Dao Xuani ignored Mu Xian. She opened the bamboo house and there was a ruler within it. It was very short, only as long as an arm. Dao Xuani picked up the ruler and said softly, Master, you once told me to give in to everything I do. So, you used the infinite ruler to seal 40% of my strength so that I can never be complacent. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian, who was covered in blood, and said, I'll die if I kill this person, but I have no regrets. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly picked up the infinite ruler and lightly tapped the space between her brows. Bang! In an instant, Dao Xuani's aura skyrocketed, and a powerful aura instantly swept through the entire middle world. Dao Xuani had completely recovered his strength. The most terrifying super genius in the history of the solitary mystery path. Moreover, he was holding the most terrifying super divine artifact of the solitary mystery path, the infinite ruler. The ruler could measure the past and the present, and it could suppress time. Chapter 2171. Mu Xian's expression turned extremely ugly when he saw Dao Xuanyi had recovered his strength. They had always been very afraid of Dao Xuanyi because they knew that Dao Xuanyi had always been suppressing his strength. But now Dao Xuanyi had recovered his strength, and with the infinite divine ruler in her hand, he wasn't worried about Yi Xian's life or death, but the life or death of the entire middle world. Once the middle world's quintessence was destroyed, the impact on them would be fatal. Dao Xuanyi's sect had been destroyed, so he didn't care, but they had to care. Stop Dao Xuanyi? Mu Xian immediately rejected the idea. Dao Xuanyi didn't care anymore. If he stopped her, she might go crazy and hit him, and that would be embarrassing. Mu Xian turned to look at Yi Xian in the distance. What if Yi Xian disappeared? Mu Xian's gaze gradually turned cold. In the distance, Yi Xian held the green profound sword tightly in his right hand. His bloodline aura was still rising madly, but compared to Dao Xuanyi's current aura, it seemed very weak. Dao Xuanyi looked at Yi Xian in the distance, slowly clenched his right hand, and without a word, he directly punched. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! A wave of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian and his sword were instantly thrown into a boundless space-time abyss. Although this punch was only aimed at Yi Xian, the world around him instantly became illusory. At this moment, a huge dragon suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky. It looked down at Dao Xuanyi, and its voice carried a terrifying pressure. Supreme Xuanyi, did you destroy this world? Super spiritual vein. The huge dragon before him was the leader of the 36 spiritual veins, the spiritual dragon. Dao Xuanyi glanced coldly at the spiritual dragon. Today I'll only kill one person. Supreme spiritual dragon, don't provoke me. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and without a word, he punched again. In the distance, in the boundless space-time abyss, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward, drew his sword, and slashed. One sword slashed the past, one sword slashed the present, and one sword slashed the future. 3 swords combined into one. Boom. As soon as Yi Xian's sword fell, 3 sword lights exploded in front of him. Yi Xian retreated again. Moreover, when he stopped this time, his physical body was annihilated without a sound. He couldn't block it. Dao Xuanyi stared at Yi Xian, whose soul seemed to be a little illusory. I know your background isn't simple. Why don't you call for help? In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword trembled slightly. In the next moment, his soul burned. Soul ignition. Seeing this scene, Dao Xuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly. What's the point of constantly overdrafting yourself? As soon as she finished speaking, her body slowly floated up, and she clenched her right hand tightly. In the next moment, she vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly turned into a blood-red sword light and disappeared on the spot. The boundless abyss of space and time had suddenly started to burn. It couldn't withstand their strength at all. Dao Xuanyi's fist smashed onto Yi Xian's green profound sword. The green profound sword trembled violently, and a powerful force directly passed through the green profound sword to Yi Xian's soul. Boom! Yi Xian's soul instantly floated away like a piece of paper. However, at this moment, 2 sword lights appeared at the back of Dao Xuanyi's head and throat. Dao Xuanyi's expression was calm as he pressed his right hand down lightly. In an instant, an invisible force directly shattered the 2 swords. In the distance, Yi Xian's soul was still burning. Although his aura was getting stronger and stronger, and it was even stronger than when he burned his bloodline, his soul was also becoming more and more illusory. He couldn't defeat her. Even if he burned his bloodline and soul, he still couldn't defeat the woman in front of him. The gap between their strength was too huge. If this woman punched him again, his soul would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, Soul suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Young lord, we'll meet again in the next life." As soon as it finished speaking, the green profound sword suddenly turned into a sword light and entered Yi Xian's soul. In the next moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the green profound sword and spread out from Yi Xian's soul. It was devouring the green profound sword. To be more accurate, the green profound sword had self-destructed and voluntarily allowed itself to be devoured by Yi Xian. Because Yi Xian could devour swords. At this moment, the completely crazed Yi Xian seemed to have sensed something and suddenly trembled. In the next moment he suddenly roared, "No!" His voice was filled with endless fear. He wasn't afraid of the enemy, but he was afraid that his loved ones had disappeared. The green profound sword was devoured on its own. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura directly erupted like a volcano. Boom! In an instant, the surroundings were completely ignited. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Dao Xuanyi in the distance. In the next moment he charged over like a madman. There was no sword. At this moment he was the sword. In the distance, Dao Xuani's expression was calm. He opened his palm, and the infinite God ruler appeared in his hand. He waved it lightly. Boom. The originally burning world was instantly extinguished. A ruler's shadow directly shook the charging Yi Xian. Boom. A wave of sword light suddenly erupted. Yi Xian and Dao Xuani retreated rapidly at the same time. This retreat directly took both of them hundreds of thousands of feet back. After Yi Xian stopped, rays of sword light continuously condensed around him. In the distance, Dao Xuani had just stopped when a sword suddenly slashed down from above her head. Dao Xuani opened his palm, and the infinite God ruler in his hand suddenly flew up and directly shattered the sword. But at this moment Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her. Dao Xuani's pupils suddenly shrank. Since when did Yi Xian's speed become so fast? At this moment Yi Xian's speed was at least 10 times faster than before. At this moment, Dao Xuani suddenly understood. Yi Xian had concealed his strength. No, he had concealed his speed. When his bloodline and soul were ignited, all aspects of Yi Xian's abilities were greatly enhanced. However, he had concealed his speed and she had actually overlooked this. Therefore, at this moment, when Yi Xian absorbed the energy of the green profound sword, he stopped concealing his speed and caught her off guard. Most importantly, since the moment he ignited his bloodline, Yi Xian had been constantly suppressed by her. This caused her to subconsciously lower her guard. At this moment, Dao Xuani was unable to guard against it. Yi Xian used his right hand as a sword and directly stabbed into Dao Xuani's abdomen. Boom. Before everyone's eyes, Dao Xuani's physical body instantly shattered. However, at almost the same time, Dao Xuani's fingers swiped at Yi Xian's eyes. Both of them retreated explosively at the same time. When Yi Xian stopped, his eyes were gone. Not only that, but his soul was so illusory that it was almost transparent. In the distance, Dao Xuani's physical body was destroyed. Not only that, but there was also a sword stuck in her body. Although it was not the green profound sword, Yi Xian had used the soul fixation sword, and this sword directly suppressed Dao Xuani's soul. In the distance, Dao Xuani's eyes flashed ferociously. Immeasurable. As soon as she finished speaking, the immeasurable God ruler above her head suddenly fell and then entered her body. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Dao Xuani's body. In the next moment, the sword in her soul actually started to dissipate bit by bit. In the distance, Yi Xian's soul was also illusory. He did not dare to attack again because his current soul condition was even weaker than Dao Xuani's. He also started to recover his soul. Both of them chose to recover their souls. At this moment, countless experts in the middle world were extremely shocked because the battle between Yi Xian and Dao Xuani was too terrifying. The middle world could no longer withstand their strength. Countless earth veins had shattered, and underground magma had surged into the ground. This was only secondary. In some places, the spiritual energy had already started to dry up. The middle world's origin had been severely damaged. If this continued, the entire middle world would be destroyed. In the distance, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside Mu Xian. This person was the other supreme expert of the middle world, Miss Chan. At the same time, he was the sect master of another supreme sect, the Divine Cloud sect. Miss Chan glanced at Dao Xuani and Yi Xian in the distance, and his face was slightly gloomy. At this moment, the spirit dragon sovereign suddenly transformed into a middle-aged man and appeared beside Mu Xian and Miss Chan. The spirit dragon sovereign looked coldly at Yi Xian and Dao Xuani in the distance. Are you sure you won't stop them? Mu Xian and Miss Chan fell silent. Stop them? If they could, they would have done it a long time ago. The spirit dragon sovereign looked at Mu Xian and Dao Xuani. It won't be long before they recover again. At that time they will start fighting again. As for the current situation in the middle world, you should know better than me. If this continues, the middle world's origin will be completely destroyed by them, and it might even cause the spiritual energy to dry up. No, it will definitely cause the spiritual energy to dry up. Both Miss Chan and Dao Xuani's faces turned slightly unsightly. The spirit dragon sovereign continued. Look, the countless earth veins in the middle world have started to collapse. If this continues, their strength will completely destroy all the earth veins in the middle world. It isn't just the earth veins, even the countless spirit veins in the middle world won't be able to withstand their strength and will be destroyed. At that time, our spirit hall leaf will be affected. As he spoke, his gaze gradually turned cold. Once there are no more earth veins and countless spirit veins here, I'll take the supreme spirit veins of our spirit hall and leave the middle world. Mist Shan and Mu Xian's expressions instantly changed when they heard this. The reason the spirit energy in the middle world was so dense was because of the 36 supreme spirit veins, and the reason the 36 supreme spirit veins were left in the middle world was because the middle world had the advantage of the natural earth veins and spirit veins. They could nourish the middle world, but they also needed the middle world to nourish them. They were complementary to the middle world. Once the 36 supreme spirit veins left, then at least 80% of the spirit energy in the middle world would instantly vanish. After that, the spirit energy in the middle world would dry up, and it wouldn't be long before the entire middle world would dry up and become a deathly silent universe. At this moment, Mu Xian suddenly said, "We can't let them continue fighting." Mist Shan looked at Mu Xian, and Mu Xian looked at Dao Xuani and Yi Xian expressionlessly. One of them must die. After a moment of silence, Mist Shan asked, "Who?" Mu Xian looked at Dao Xuani. "It's too dangerous to choose her because if she doesn't die once she goes crazy and takes revenge." As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian who was recovering his soul and said, "He must die." Mist Shan said, "Do it." As soon as he said this, he and Mu Xian charged at Yi Xian. Obviously they wanted to kill Yi Xian. Chapter 2172. Two supreme exalts had attacked at the same time. How could Yi Xian resist them? He couldn't resist them at all. Not to mention his current state, he wouldn't be able to resist them even if he was at his peak state. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Yang Yanxue. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yanxue's eyes. She opened her palm, and the sword palace suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. It exploded. The sword hall exploded apart while countless rays of light erupted like fireworks. Mist Shan and Mu Xian were blasted back by the rays of light, and Yi Xian and Yang Yanxue had vanished when they finally stopped moving. Mu Xian and Mist Shan's expressions became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Mist Shan stared fixedly at the scene in the distance. He can't be allowed to live. They were fearful of Yi Xian as well because he was able to fight an exalted realm expert at such a young age. So, how terrifying would he be if he was allowed to grow? Actually, both of them were slightly regretful right now. Why did we interfere in this matter? Or perhaps we could have done it in a different way. For example, we could have gotten a scapegoat to do it for us. Yet now, not only had they failed to kill him, they'd even formed an irreconcilable enmity with him. Mist Shan suddenly said, "He can't be allowed to live. Pursue him." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. On the other hand, Mu Xian charged forward as well. The expression of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch president, Yu Xian, instantly became unsightly when he saw Yi Xian and Yang Yanxue flee. Actually, he didn't want Yi Xian to flee as well. Yi Xian was an extraordinary VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. According to the rules set by the Pavilion Master, he should protect Yi Xian with all his might. However, he'd chosen to watch from the sidelines just now. If Yi Xian had been killed, then the Pavilion Master would definitely not pursue the matter any further. After all, it wasn't worth it for a dead person. But now Yi Xian had fled. The situation had changed again. After a long moment of silence, Yu Xian suddenly said, Wu, ask your men to track him down." He paused for a moment and added, "At all costs." He was talking about Yi Xian. The middle-aged man called a Wu spoke solemnly. Yu Xian said softly, "There's no way back. Once he dies, no one in this world will know that he is a distinguished guest of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Of course, if you find his whereabouts, don't make a move. Just contact Mu Xian and Supreme Mist Mountain and do them a favor." Wu fell silent for a moment, then he turned and left. In terms of intelligence, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was incomparable to the other factions. In terms of intelligence, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was incomparable to the major powers. Somewhere in the star field, Mu Xian and Lan Shan stopped. Their faces were extremely ugly. Wu and Wu Xian. Time to see. Their divine consciousnesses swept the surrounding star zones in the universe, but they did not find Yi Xian and Yang Yanxue. Lan Shan's face was extremely gloomy. How did they do it? Mu Xian shook his head. That woman possesses an extremely large number of mystical items. She's surely using some sort of divine item to conceal her aura. Lan Shan suddenly asked, "Who are these two people?" Both of them were stunned when they heard this. Who are they? They've overlooked this question. They're definitely not from the medium world. If they are, they would know. Supreme Shiani should know. Lan Shan said. They glanced at each other and vanished. When they reappeared, they were in the sky above the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Xianyi was still there. Mu Xian looked at him. Supreme Xian, who's that young man? Dao Xuanyi glanced at Mu Xian, then disappeared from the spot. Mu Xian frowned and looked at Lan Shan. What does she mean? She's ignoring you, Lan Shan said. Mu Xian said solemnly, we are helping her. Lan Shan shook his head. It doesn't matter who he is. Since we attacked him, we've sowed karma. If we don't want him to take revenge on us in the future, then we should deal with him before he leaves the city. A trace of worry flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. I'm worried that he has a powerful force behind him. Lan Shan furrowed his brows when he heard that. How could he not be worried? Meanwhile, Mu Xian shook his head. Let's not think about that. Since we've sowed karma, then let's face it calmly. What's there to be afraid of? He roared with laughter. Why should we fear anyone when our sects join forces? Hearing this, Lan Shan nodded. Indeed. Mu Xian said, our top priority now is to find those two and kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Lan Shan vanished on the spot. The 9th floor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Actually, no one had expected that Yang Yanxue didn't flee with Yi Xian. Instead, she brought Yi Xian to the 9th floor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the pavilion that belonged to the Pavilion Master. The most dangerous place was the safest. Of course, she'd used a divine object to conceal her and Yi Xian's auras. After Yang Yanxue entered the 9th floor with Yi Xian on her back, she glanced at the surroundings casually, and then placed Yi Xian on the ground. At this moment, Yi Xian's soul was still very weak. Yang Yanxue looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still exuding a terrifying murderous intent and evil aura. However, this murderous intent and evil aura were all suppressed by a tree core. The divine tree of life's tree core. She'd obtained it from an old man with a bamboo chest. It was capable of suppressing many evil existences. The killing intent and vicious aura belonged to the category of evil. Because of the divine tree of life's tree core, Yi Xian's mind was gradually returning to normal. After a long time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. Yang Yanxue asked softly, are you okay? A trace of confusion flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. After a long time, he said softly, Soul is gone. Soul. He just tried to contact Soul, but Soul had vanished completely. Yang Yanxue fell silent. She knew that Soul had followed Yi Xian for so many years, so their feelings for each other were definitely very deep. Yang Yanxue sighed softly. She hadn't expected that things would develop to this extent. She'd always thought that Tianming would intervene, but this time he didn't. Did something happen to him? A trace of doubt arose in Yang Yanshue's heart. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Xiao Ta. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ta appeared in front of him, and Yi Xian directly entered Xiao Ta's body. Healing. Reconstructing his body. Yang Yanxue walked to the window and looked down. At this moment, experts from the two sects were flying through the city from time to time. She knew that the two superpowers, the Cloud God sect and Tianyi sect, were madly searching for her and Yi Xian. Besides that, the members of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch had been mobilized as well. Their targets were her and Yi Xian. Yang Yanxue frowned. Wasn't little brother a super VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Is this super VIP really that low in status? As if she'd thought of something, Yang Yanxue suddenly turned to look at her surroundings. The 9th floor wasn't very spacious, but it was very elegant. There was a long table and a chair not too far away from her, and there was a bookshelf on the other side. Besides that, there was nothing else in the room. The Pavilion Master. She was quite curious about the Pavilion Master as well. After all, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's business wasn't ordinary, and it had businesses throughout the universe. Yang Yanxue walked slowly to the bookshelf and picked up an ancient book. However, she'd never seen the words written on it. It's not from this world? Yang Yanxue frowned. She flipped through some more books, but they were all unfamiliar words. Yang Yanxue placed the book back on the bookshelf and walked slowly to the table. There was an ancient book on the table, and she understood the words written on it. Yang Yanxue picked up the ancient book and saw 3 words: Theory of the Universe. Beside the book was a pen. However, this pen was different from the pens in this world. It was rather short, and the tip of the pen was very, very sharp like a needle. A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Yanshue's eyes. This pen is quite unique. As she spoke, she flipped open the first page of the Theory of the Universe and read softly, What is the universe? It is the general term for all space, time, and matter. Seeing this, Yang Yanxue was silent for a moment before flipping to the second page. Space is boundless, time is boundless, and matter is boundless. When the three combine, it becomes the universe and the great Tao. It's completely possible to cultivate the way of godhood with science. Yang Yinxue hurriedly flipped to the next page. When she flipped to the next page, she was immediately stunned. There was a line of words on it. Sister, it's not good to barge into someone else's study without the owner's permission and peek at their books. Yang Yinxue's eyes were filled with disbelief. The other party actually knew that someone was here to peek? Yang Yinxue flipped to another page. Still want to read? Hee, I won't let you read it. Yang Yinxue continued to flip. You really want to read it? If you answer correctly, I'll show you the secret code. Yang Yinxue flipped to another page. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Yang Yinxue's expression froze. What secret code is this? She flipped to another page, but it was completely blank. There was nothing at all. Yang Yinxue closed the ancient book and fell silent. She had to admit that she was slightly shocked at this moment. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have underestimated this mysterious master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. What exactly is his background? At this moment, Yang Yinxue suddenly turned around. There was a black box on the side of the study table. Yang Yinxue originally wanted to open it, but she seemed to have thought of something and stopped. Her actions just now were slightly offensive. A short moment later, Yang Yinxue placed the box back to its original position, and then she placed the ancient book back to its original position. She glanced at the surroundings and a trace of complicated emotions flashed through her eyes. This pavilion master isn't simple at all. Without thinking too much, Yang Yinxue was about to enter the Xiaota. At this moment, Yi Xian walked out from the Xiaota. At this moment, his physical body had completely recovered. Not only had his physical body recovered, but his soul had also recovered. After all, the flow of time in the Xiaota was different from the outside world. Yang Yinxue asked softly, "You're done?" Yi Xian nodded. Yang Yinxue said, "Then let's go." Yang Yinxue suddenly looked around and walked to the bookshelf. He glanced at it and frowned slightly. He couldn't understand it. Yang Yinxue was about to say something when Yi Xian suddenly waved his right hand and moved the entire bookshelf into the Xiaota. Then he walked to the study table and moved the table and chair into the Xiaota as well. Yang Yinxue's face darkened. "Brother, this isn't good." Yi Xian's face was expressionless. "I have the Shantian token, so I can take anything in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion." Yang Yinxue was speechless. Everything in the world had karma. She didn't know if it was a good or bad karma. Chapter 2173. On the 9th floor, Yang Yinxue said in a low voice, "Brother, what are your plans?" Yi Xian was expressionless. "What plans can I have?" "Fight to the death, of course." Yang Yinxue wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian looked at Yang Yinxue. "Sister, you want to say that we can't beat that woman, right?" Yang Yinxue nodded. "That woman's strength is beyond our imagination. Moreover, the other two supremes are on her side. Not only that, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion seems to be on their side as well. The situation is very disadvantageous for us." As she spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing, "What I mean is, we have to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack." Yi Xian was silent. He naturally understood Yang Yinxue's meaning. The siblings were no match for that woman. If they went to look for her, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. Yang Yinxue continued, "We can go find Dad." Yi Xian shook his head. "I will take revenge myself." As he spoke, he opened his palm and small tower appeared in his hand. Yi Xian looked at Yang Yinxue. "Sister, you can hide our auras, right?" Yang Yinxue nodded, "But not for long." Yi Xian asked, "How long?" Yang Yinxue said in a low voice, "I mean, I'm afraid they will use some secret technique to find us." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then he entered Xiaota. What he needed now was time. Yi Xian came to a mountain peak and he looked into the distance, his eyes a little dazed. When he fought with Dao Xian, not only did he ignite his bloodline, but he also ignited his soul. In the end, Xiao Hun even let him devour it, but he still couldn't beat his opponent. This was the most despair he had ever felt. Xiao Hun. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his heart was still bleeding. At the same time, the bloodline in his body suddenly trembled, about to explode. Yang Yinxue appeared beside Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian. "Control your bloodline. The current you doesn't need to go crazy, you need to calm down unless you want to call for help." Call for help. These two words were like a needle stabbing into Yi Xian's heart. He didn't know when it started, but whenever he ran into trouble, Qing'er would always lend a helping hand. Over time he became more and more fearless. Because he was fearless he became more and more flashy. This time however Qing didn't make a move. This was the first time he tasted despair. True despair. Even if he risked his life he still couldn't change the outcome. This was how cruel the world was. Most of the time, you wouldn't necessarily get a satisfactory result just because you worked hard and risked your life. Yi Xian clenched his fists and forced himself to calm down. Anger was a sign of incompetence. Only an incompetent person would do something as meaningless as anger. After a long time, Yi Xian's blood gradually calmed down. Yang Ninshua's heart ached as she looked at Yi Xian. She knew that Soul's disappearance was a huge blow to Yi Xian. Xiaota didn't say anything else. This time it was also a huge blow to it. In history, it and Yi Xian were in such a miserable state. Not only was Yi Xian hopeless, it was also in despair. That woman was really strong. Even when Soul took the initiative to let Yi Xian devour, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed, he still couldn't do anything to her. Actually, it wanted Yi Xian to call for help more than once, because in its opinion only Master and Tianming could kill that woman. However, it knew that Yi Xian wouldn't call for help. Because the current Yi Xian had already started to hate his flashy self. Flashy? It wasn't impossible. But you must have the strength. Just like Dad, wasn't Dad also flashy? But Dad had the strength. Using a saying from the secular world, many times the fart of a rich person was fragrant. Strength. Yi Xian took a deep breath. After self-reflection he started to ponder. How could he defeat that Dao Xian? Strength? Even with his physical body and the green profound sword, he still couldn't defeat his opponent, let alone now. Divine power? Slash the past, slash the present, and slash the future couldn't do anything to him. After much thought, Yi Xian realized he had no chance of winning if he fought against his opponent. Even if he burned his soul and bloodline he still would not win. Moreover, his intuition told him that Dao Xian still had some reservations. There was only one way left. Call for help. He could continue to be the second generation. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's lips suddenly curled up into a self-deprecating smile. Other than calling for help, what else could he do? At this time Yang Yanxue walked to Yi Xian's side. She lightly patted the dust on Yi Xian's collar and then said softly, "Don't blame yourself. Big sister will help you." Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue and Yang Yanxue smiled slightly. "I can't defeat that woman, but I can help you become stronger." Saying that, she opened her palm and 10 storage rings appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yang Yanxue looked at Yi Xian. "This is all of Big Sister's assets. Among them there are some that Dad gave me, some that Little Bai gave me, some that Mother gave me, and some that I cheated myself. Oh no, I earned myself. Now I'll give them all to you." Yi Xian shook his head slightly. "Big sister, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it at the last minute," Yang Yanxue suddenly said. "Brother, do you know what you're not as good as Dad?" Yi Xian fell silent. Yang Yanxue looked straight at Yi Xian. "Dad will never give up under any circumstances. Do you know how desperate Dad was when he faced heaven's will? 10,000 times more desperate than your current situation. Do you know how miserable we were back then? That year, Tendo and those divine beasts were instantly killed by heaven's will. Auntie Tian Xiao and Qi Bai Tian died in battle. 2 of heaven's will clones died in battle. Arya's soul was almost destroyed. Even Senior Xiao Yaozi, who had never been defeated, couldn't even draw his sword when facing heaven's will. Dad was even hung up and beaten. But even so, Dad didn't give up. He really didn't give up. He can die, he can cry, but he will never give up easily. He won't give up until he dies." Yi Xian fell silent. Yang Yanxue said again, "I also feel very desperate when facing that Dao Xian, but shouldn't we give it our all? At least we're still alive now." Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly he slapped himself hard in the face. Pah! The sound of the slap resounded throughout Xiaota's world. Yi Xian's expression was terrifyingly calm. "Big sister, you're right. I'm still alive, why should I give up? How can I give up?" As he spoke, he gazed at the spatial rings in front of Yang Yanxue, and then he said, "Which ones are useful to me?" Yang Yanxue said, "All of them." Yi Xian nodded. He swept the spatial rings with his divine sense, and it didn't take long for all the divine treasures within them to enter his sea of consciousness. He instantly knew which ones were useful to him. A short moment later Yi Xian opened his palm, and a heart appeared in his palm. Yang Yanxue said, "This is the tree heart of the divine tree of life. I obtained it from an old man who carried a bamboo box." Yi Xian nodded, and then he withdrew a white jade bottle. The white jade bottle contained Arya's blood. Yi Xian gazed at Arya's blood in his hand, and he pondered in his heart. I have to attain the eternal immortal realm first. Only when my body is immortal, soul is immortal, and will is immortal would I be able to fight that woman. Because once I attain that realm, my strength will become even stronger after I ignite my body and soul. If I want to kill that woman, then I can only fight with my life on the line. I intend to ignite my body and soul directly. Yi Xian took out Arya's blood, and then he poured a drop down his throat. He was rebuilding his eternal immortal body. For the sake of suppressing the formidable strength within Arya's blood, he'd even swallowed the tree heart of the divine tree of life. Only with the tree heart suppression would he be able to slowly absorb Arya's blood. This time he didn't just swallow a single drop, but all 12 drops of blood within the bottle. This was Yang Yanshua's idea. Because his eternal immortal body was completely useless against Dao Xianyi, and his body had to be even stronger. Otherwise it would still be shattered by Dao Xianyi. Besides Arya's blood, Yi Xian had also devoured countless treasures of heaven and earth. All of these treasures had been collected by Yang Yanshue in the past, and every single one of them was truly priceless. There were some that she couldn't bear to eat herself, such as the tree heart of the divine tree of life. She couldn't bear to eat it. It had to be said that watching Yi Xian eat her treasures of heaven and earth like he was eating cabbages, Yang Yanshua's heart ached a little. But when she remembered that he was her biological brother, she didn't think about it anymore. Biological brother. In fact, she hadn't spent much time with Yi Xian. The two of them hadn't been together since they were young, so it was impossible to say how deep their relationship was. But in the end, blood was thicker than water. Moreover, she still felt a little guilty towards Yi Xian. Because the green-robed man had let Yi Xian grow, but he had raised her generously. Since she was born, she had almost never suffered any hardships. After a long time, Yang Yanshue collected her thoughts. Looking at Yi Xian, whose body was slowly transforming, she said softly, "Brother, do your best." Time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian's physical body had completely transformed. His physical body had once again reached the immortal level. However, it was not over yet. He was constantly pushing his physical body. He wanted to push his physical body to the limit. His own limit. Or in other words, the limit of the immortal realm. Of course it was painful. In fact, it was painful from the beginning. Arya's blood was no joke. Even with the tree heart of the divine tree of life suppressing it, he still felt like his body was immersed in scorching lava. However, this bit of pain was nothing to him. At this time, Yi Xian's body was slowly tearing apart. Seeing this scene, Yang Yanshue frowned slightly. What's going on? Yi Xian's body was tearing apart, but after tearing apart, it quickly healed, and then tearing apart again. This process repeated. Yang Yanshue said solemnly, "Qualitative change. Qualitative change." After Yi Xian's body reached the immortal realm, it underwent another qualitative change. What was the body above the immortal realm? Yang Yanshue didn't know. Because she didn't cultivate her body. At this time, Yang Yanshue's expression suddenly changed. The next moment, she left Xiaota and returned to the 9th floor. At the door, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Someone was coming. Chapter 2174. Who is it? Yang Yanshue stared fixedly at the staircase in the distance, and she slowly clenched her right fist. Right at this moment, a woman walked up to her. Yang Yanshue's face instantly sank when she saw the woman. Dao Xuani. This woman actually found me. Dao Xuani gazed at Yang Yanshue. Where is he? Yang Yanshue fell silent. Dao Xuani stared at Yang Yanshue in silence. Yang Yanshue suddenly smiled and said, "How did you find me?" Dao Xuani didn't speak. She slowly clenched her right fist, and then an invisible force enveloped Yang Yanshue. At this instant, Yang Yanshue sensed the aura of death. At this moment, Dao Xuani was at his peak state. Yang Yanshue was just about to speak when Dao Xuani suddenly punched at her. This punch was swift like a thunderclap, and it carried monstrous might. In the distance, Yang Yanshue's eyes narrowed slightly. She opened her palm, and a tiny wooden figure that held a sword appeared in her hand. Right when she was about to activate the tiny wooden figure, she suddenly noticed to her astonishment that the space before her had become illusory, and the terrifying force of Dao Xuani's punch had actually vanished without a trace. When Dao Xuani's punch arrived before Yang Yanshue, it had become soft and powerless. Both of them were stunned. What's going on? Both of their eyes were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani punched again, and a terrifying force instantly surged out from her fist. This punch was capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. However, in the blink of an eye, the force of that punch vanished completely, and it was another soft punch. At this moment, Dao Xuani's pupils constricted slightly. She turned to glance at the surroundings, and only now did she notice that this place was slightly strange. Yang Yanxue noticed it as well. The space here seemed to be different from the outside world. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani slowly closed her eyes. In an instant, the space around her rippled like water. After a long time, she seemed to have noticed something and she frowned. Yang Yanxue glanced at Dao Xuani with a slightly strange expression. Her intuition told her that Dao Xuani couldn't break through the restrictions here. This restriction was definitely set up by the mysterious Pavilion Master. However, wasn't Dao Xianyi and the mysterious Pavilion Master equally famous? Right at this moment, Dao Xuani suddenly opened her eyes. She opened her palm, and the infinite ruler appeared in her hand. In the next moment she suddenly smashed the ruler forward. This ruler fell, but there was no movement. Dao Xuani's eyes narrowed slightly while her expression was rather unsightly. Right at this moment she seemed to have noticed something, and her pupils constricted abruptly while she hurriedly blocked with the ruler in her hand. Boom! A powerful force suddenly crashed onto Dao Xian's long ruler. Bang! Dao Xianyi was sent flying and crashed into the wall. However, the wall was not damaged at all. The entire 9th floor did not move at all. Rebound. She had just swung her chi and it had all rebounded back to her. Yang Yanshua's expression turned slightly solemn when she saw this. It was too strange. In the distance, Dao Xuani wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes turned grave. Meanwhile, Mu Xian and Lan Shan appeared here as well, and both of them were stunned when they saw Yang Yanxue. Mu Xian was about to attack when Lan Shan stopped him and gestured for him to look at Dao Xuani. Mu Xian gazed at Dao Xuani, and he was stunned when he saw the blood on the corner of Dao Xuani's mouth. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue suddenly smiled and said, "Looks like the owner of this study doesn't like others fighting here." Dao Xuani gazed at Yang Yanxue. She didn't attack again and she just closed her eyes slowly instead. The space around her gradually started to become illusory. Obviously, she intended to deal with the spatial restrictions here. As for Mu Xian and Lan Shan, they noticed something unusual about the situation here as well, and a trace of shock could be seen in their eyes. The mysterious Pavilion Master. Actually, they'd met the Pavilion Master in the past. All those years ago, when the Immortal Treasure Pavilion intended to open a branch here, the Pavilion Master had gone to them and asked for their help. They naturally didn't agree so easily. So they'd fought the Pavilion Master, and the outcome was a draw. That was why the Pavilion Master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was said to be equally famous as Dao Xuani. It was because they thought that the Pavilion Master was an expert on the same level as them. But now it would seem like that wasn't the case at all. The Pavilion Master had concealed his true strength. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani's hands started to wave about swiftly, and the space here actually started to split apart and reform. Everyone watched as the space before Dao Xuani was split apart once more, and then Dao Xuani's hands moved faster and faster while the space here was changing faster and faster as well. However, Dao Xuani's countenance had turned slightly pale. Suddenly, the space within the study started to tremble violently. Yang Yanshua's brows knit together slightly. Is it about to be dealt with? Meanwhile, Dao Xuani suddenly pressed the fingers of his right hand together and tapped forward. Just this tap alone caused the space within the study to instantly ripple like a pebble that had fallen into water. Dao Xuani's expression suddenly eased up. Looks like it's been dealt with. Right at this moment, the space here suddenly split apart like a cube, and then it swiftly rearranged itself. In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically because they noticed that their cultivations were actually plummeting. In just a short period of a few breaths of time, their cultivations had dropped to zero. Moreover, all of them had become ordinary people at this moment. Ordinary people that were completely helpless. It was too terrifying. All of them were stunned. What's going on? Dao Xuani's eyes were filled with disbelief. Space-time backtrack. Space-time backtrack. Mu Xian and Lan Shan gazed at Dao Xuani when they heard this, and then Lan Shan spoke solemnly, "Miss Xuani, what does space-time backtrack mean?" Dao Xuani's eyes were filled with disbelief. "It means that we've returned to the past and returned to the time when we were at our weakest." Such a divine ability. I'm afraid even the temporal master isn't able to accomplish it. Space-time backtrack. Lan Shan and Mu Xian's expressions had become unsightly. How could it be played like that? Wouldn't that make them invincible in the world? Damn it. Lan Shan gazed at young Yanxue. Is the pavilion master protecting them? Mu Xian shook his head. I don't think so. It's the problem here. The pavilion master doesn't want anyone to fight here. The 9th floor. They knew that the 9th floor was where the pavilion master resided, and even members of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion weren't allowed to come here. Obviously, the pavilion master didn't want anyone to fight here. Dao Xuanyi gazed at Yang Yanxue in the distance with a calm gaze that carried killing intent. Yang Yanxue didn't speak. If you're weak, then don't act tough. If you can't win, then be a little cowardly. You won't suffer a loss. Meanwhile, Mu Xian spoke abruptly. Go look for Yu Xian. He's the branch master here, so he definitely has a way. Both of them turned around and left once they finished speaking. Dao Xuanyi didn't leave. She was in the study, and there was a trace of confusion in her eyes as she looked at the surroundings. The pavilion master. Actually, she hadn't met the pavilion master in the past. However, everyone said that she and the pavilion master were once the two most capable women in the mid-world, and they were equally famous. Now it seemed like how ironic it was. The pavilion master's ability to use space-time far surpassed hers. They weren't on the same level at all. Dao Xuanyi looked at the surroundings, and the confusion in her eyes grew. At this moment, she suddenly understood why her master had asked her to seal her cultivation. One couldn't be too complacent. It was like a cup. If it was too full, then it couldn't hold anything new. There was no limit to learning. There was no limit to martial arts. There was no limit to Dao. You say you're strong, but there's always someone stronger than you. Dao Xuanyi slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, she slightly bowed towards the inside of the study. This was respect. She wouldn't fight here anymore. After retreating to the door, Dao Xuanyi's cultivation level instantly recovered. At the same time, her aura suddenly skyrocketed. Seeing this scene, Yang Yanshua's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Brother, this woman actually broke through. Damn it, I'm having a mental breakdown. Breakthrough. After Dao Xuanyi suffered a setback, not only did she not sink into depravity, but her state of mind broke through, and her strength increased by another level. What was a monster? This was a monster. What was a true expert? Those who could remain unfazed by honor and humiliation, and those who knew shame and bravely fought back were experts. All the hardships and difficulties in the world were stepping stones, not stumbling blocks. Outside the door, Dao Xuanyi's aura became stronger and stronger. Although there was no movement in the study, the outside was already boiling. The entire mid-world was boiling. Supreme. What was a supreme? After eternal immortality was the supreme. Supreme was the meaning of the limit. It meant that one's physical body, divine soul, and will had reached their own limits. Under such circumstances, a person's physical body, divine soul, and will had reached an extremely terrifying level. It could be said that a supreme's physical body, divine soul, and will had already broken through their own limits. To achieve eternal immortality was not especially difficult, but to reach the limit, that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Reaching the limit and reaching the limit, those were two different concepts. In the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Mu Xian and Lan Shan suddenly raised their heads. When they saw Dao Xuanyi breaking through, their minds went blank. Broke through? Just like that? It had been 1,000 years since they reached the supreme level, and in these 1,000 years, they were still the supreme level. Because to break through again was too difficult. One must know that they had already reached their own limits in all aspects. Under such circumstances, to break through again was simply too difficult. And now, Dao Xuanyi actually broke through? Just like that? At this moment, both of their expressions were extremely unsightly and complicated. At this moment, Lan Shan slightly shook his head. Actually, she's well prepared. Mu Xian fell silent. After Dao Xuanyi reached the supreme level, he left the solitary mystic path and traveled alone. Moreover, he sealed his strength and left for hundreds of years. Now that the opportunity had arrived, it was normal for him to break through directly. Even so, their hearts were slightly sour. From this moment onward, Dao Xuanyi was above the supreme level. In the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, when Yu Xian found out that Dao Xuanyi had broken through, he was extremely excited. Yu Xian laughed madly in the room. Fortunately, he was glad that he didn't choose to help Yi Xian. Otherwise, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would be gone. He'd made countless decisions in his life, and at this moment he felt that this decision was the wisest one he'd ever made. Chapter 2175. Above the Supreme Exalt Realm. Dao Xinyi's breakthrough shocked the entire medium world. After all, the strongest expert in the medium world was only at the Supreme Exalt realm, yet Dao Xianyi had actually attained the Supreme Exalt realm. Dao Xianyi was a Supreme Exalt now. Yang Ninshua's expression was extremely unsightly. Damn it. Why is Dao Xianyi getting stronger and stronger? Meanwhile, Mu Xian and Lan Shan appeared at the door, and they looked at Dao Xianyi with hesitation. Actually, they wanted to ask how Dao Xianyi had broken through, but they realized that it would be too abrupt. Dao Xianyi wasn't on the same level as them now. Meanwhile, Lan Shan suddenly said, "Supreme Xianyi." When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly laughed bitterly. Dao Xianyi had surpassed the Supreme Exalt realm, so it wasn't appropriate to address him as Supreme. Dao Xianyi paid no attention to Lan Shan, and he just stared at Yang Yanshua who was in the room. Lan Shan suddenly said, "Supreme Xianyi, with your current strength, are you able to break through the restrictions in this room?" Dao Xianyi shook his head. Lan Shan and Mu Xian's expressions became heavy when they witnessed this scene. Even a Supreme Exalt can't break through this restriction? Exactly how terrifying is the mysterious Pavilion Master? Meanwhile, Yu Xian arrived by their side and he bowed slightly to Dao Xianyi. "Supreme Xianyi." Dao Xianyi was expressionless. "Is there a way to make her come out?" Yu Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "No." Yang Yanshua's eyes instantly lit up when she heard this. On the other hand, Dao Xianyi and the others frowned. Yu Xian laughed bitterly. The Pavilion Master once said that no one from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion is allowed to enter this room, and we dare not go against the Pavilion Master's words. Meanwhile, Yang Yanshua suddenly smiled and said, "President Yu, that's not right." Yu Xian looked at Yang Yanshua. Yang Yanshua smiled and said, "According to what I know, my little brother is an extraordinary VIP of your Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and according to the rules of your Celestial Treasure Pavilion, all of you should protect him. However, not only did all of you not protect him, you even helped an outsider deal with him. TSK. President Yu, aren't you afraid that your Pavilion Master will get even with you for doing this?" Yu Xian smiled and said, "Miss, according to the Pavilion's rules we should protect young Master Yi, but we have to act within our means. For young Master Yi to provoke such a powerful opponent, my Immortal Treasure Pavilion is really helpless." Yang Yanshua smiled faintly. "President Yu, my brother has the mysterious heaven token, and I heard that not just anyone can have it. One must have the mysterious heaven token's approval, right?" Yu Xian looked at Yang Yanshua. "Yes." Yang Yanshua blinked and didn't say anything else. Yu Xian spoke solemnly, "Miss, please leave my Celestial Treasure Pavilion." Yang Yanshua smiled and said, "I won't." Yu Xian frowned, "Miss, this is my Celestial Treasure Pavilion's territory." Yang Yanshua shrugged. "I'm not leaving." Hearing this, Yu Xian's expression instantly darkened. "Miss, do you think that if you don't leave we won't be able to do anything to you?" Yang Yanshua immediately became wary. Yu Xian suddenly said, "There are restrictions in this house that will suppress our cultivation. We are suppressed, but aren't you also suppressed?" Hearing this, Yang Yanshua's expression darkened. Indeed, her cultivation was suppressed now as well. Yu Xian suddenly said, "Men." As soon as the voice resounded, 10 men appeared. Yu Xian looked at Yang Yanshua. Everyone's cultivation is suppressed, so it's a competition of numbers. As he spoke, the men behind him were about to enter the house. Meanwhile, Dao Xuanyi shook his head. Yu Xian and the others looked at Dao Xuanyi, and Dao Xuanyi said softly, "Don't offend this Pavilion Master." Mu Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. Lan Shan said solemnly, "Supreme Xianyi, the longer we delay, the more changes will happen." Dao Xuanyi fell silent. Actually, she was slightly afraid of this mysterious Pavilion Master. She had comprehended the Dao because of the Pavilion Master's spacetime technique, and that was why she broke through. Now that she had broken through, she felt that the Dao of spacetime was even more profound and unfathomable. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared by Yang Yanshua's side. Seeing Yi Xian, Dao Xuanyi and the others were stunned. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura was different. Yang Yanshua looked at Yi Xian, "Brother?" At this moment, Dao Xuanyi suddenly said, "Eternal immortality." Saying this, she frowned slightly, "Half-step supreme." Half-step supreme. Mu Xian and the others were dumbfounded when they heard this. This guy was already a half-step supreme? Yi Xian looked at Dao Xuanyi, "Let's go somewhere else." After saying this, he disappeared on the spot. Dao Xuanyi and Yi Xian also disappeared. Soon the two of them arrived at an unknown and mysterious spacetime starfield. The starfield was deep and boundless, and the surroundings were dead silent. Dao Xuanyi looked at Yi Xian and he was quite shocked. At this moment, Yi Xian did not understand that his body had recovered and reached its limit, the true immortality limit. Not only that even his divine soul had reached its limit, but his will was slightly weaker. How did he do it? And in such a short time. At this moment, Yang Yanxue appeared by Yi Xian's side, and she said in a low voice, "Brother, let me tell you some bad news. This woman has broken through." Broken through. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned to look at Yang Yanxue. "You're not joking?" Yang Yanxue shook her head. "No. She just broke through. She is now a superior supreme." Yi Xian was silent. Damn it. This woman actually broke through. But so what? Isn't this good? This is more interesting. Yi Xian looked at Dao Xuani, opened his palm, and in an instant, a sword appeared in his hand. The profound green sword. It was not the real profound green sword, but the profound green sword that he condensed with his heart, but it looked exactly the same as the profound green sword. Dao Xuani looked at Yi Xian. "Without that sword, you are no match for me." Yi Xian said fiercely, "I want to try." Boom. As soon as he said this, Yi Xian's body began to burn. Burning the immortality limit body. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. However, it was not over yet. After burning his body, Yi Xian's blood began to boil and burn. Burning his bloodline. Rumble. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed again, and the starfield within hundreds of thousands of miles began to boil. However, it was not over yet. After burning his bloodline, Yi Xian began to burn his soul. Boom. At this moment, the starfield within 1,000,000 miles began to burn, and then it began to be destroyed. Mu Xian and Lan Shan's faces became extremely solemn when they saw this. Damn it. This guy is too desperate. Burning his body, soul, and bloodline. He is playing with his life. Yang Yanxue, who was not far from Yi Xian, was also stunned. She did not expect that Yi Xian would do this as soon as he appeared, but on second thought, if Yi Xian did not do this, how could he be Dao Xuani's match? After all, before Dao Xuani broke through, Yi Xian was beaten up, let alone now that she had broken through. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and Xiao Ta appeared in it. Xiao Ta said solemnly, "Young lord, let me fight alongside you." Yi Xian smiled and then placed Xiao Ta in Yang Yanshue's hand. He looked at Yang Yanxue and said softly, "Sister, if I die in battle, do you think Dad will be sad?" Yang Yanshue's body trembled slightly. "Definitely." Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Xuani in the distance and smiled, "I have never hated him. Like father, like son. I will not embarrass him." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. A flaming sword light tore through the battlefield. At this moment, thousands of galaxies began to be annihilated. This was Yi Xian's most powerful sword move in history. He had really used all his strength in this sword move. This sword move forgot about life and death. He knew that when facing Dao Xuani who had broken through, he might only have one chance to attack. If he didn't succeed, then he would die. Seeing Yi Xian's terrifying sword move, Lan Shan and Mu Xian glanced at each other, and their eyes were filled with shock. This sword move was too terrifying. This sword move had surpassed a half-step supremacy stage. No, it was even more terrifying than a supremacy stage. Both of their hearts palpitated slightly because they weren't confident that they could withstand this terrifying sword move. This fellow had improved so much in such a short period of time? In the distance, Dao Xuani looked at the terrifying sword move with an expressionless face. Under everyone's gazes, Dao Xuani took a step forward, and her right hand slowly clenched tightly. In the next moment she suddenly blasted a fist forward. Immeasurable. It was an ordinary punch, but it contained boundless energy. The instant this punch was blasted out, the star region within a radius of a few million kilometers was directly reduced to ashes. Doomsday. The expressions of Mu Xian, Lan Shan, and the others instantly changed drastically, and they retreated explosively. This punch and Yi Xian's sword move were two formidable forces that caused them to feel like death itself. If they didn't retreat, then they would really die. In the distance, Dao Xuani's punch smashed directly onto Yi Xian's sword. Bang! In an instant, two terrifying forces erupted in front of both of them like volcanoes. In an instant, countless strands of space were obliterated, and both of them retreated explosively at the same time. During this process, Yi Xian's body shattered inch by inch before it was obliterated, whereas Dao Xuani's body trembled violently at this moment, and then it split apart while her soul started to burn. This retreat caused Yi Xian to retreat for over 100 kilometers, and when he stopped, his soul started to turn illusory at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, Dao Xuanyi only had her physical body left. She opened her palm, and then her right hand slowly clenched tightly. In an instant, boundless energy in the world converged towards her, and then her slightly illusory soul started to recover to normal. Moreover, her physical body actually started to be reconstructed bit by bit. Moreover, the aura around her was growing stronger and stronger. Both Mu Xian and Lan Shan were stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? And it's even growing stronger? Meanwhile, Yu Xian spoke in a trembling voice from not too far away. This is what it means to be eternally. Eternally. The body had transformed into the universe, yet it had surpassed the universe. As long as the universe existed, the body, soul, and will would never be destroyed. The most terrifying part was that every time it was destroyed, one could be reborn, and reborn was rebirth. As long as the universe existed, one would exist forever. Chapter 2176. Immortality. This was true immortality. As long as the universe existed, one would not die. The reason why Yu Xian knew about the immortality realm was because the pavilion master had told him about it. However, he had never expected that Dao Xuanyi had really reached the immortality realm. At this moment, Yu Xian could not contain his excitement. At this moment he felt lucky that he had changed his mind and did not choose to protect Yi Xian. Otherwise, the celestial treasure pavilion would be gone at any moment. At this moment, he was even more certain that he had made the right decision. Moreover, his intuition told him that if the pavilion master appeared, he would definitely approve of his decision. Offending a super expert at the immortality realm for a person with a small background. How retarded was he? On the other side, Lan Shan and Mu Xian's expressions were extremely grave. At this moment they knew the gap between them and Dao Xuanyi. It was truly a gap between heaven and earth. Compared to Dao Xuanyi, they were no longer comparable. As if they had thought of something, both of them looked at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, Yang Yanxue suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. In the next moment, she brought Yi Xian back to the 9th floor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Seeing this scene, Mu Xian and Lan Shan's expressions became extremely ugly. They had been in a state of shock, so they had ignored Yi Xian and Yang Yanxue. This woman had saved Yi Xian again. At this moment, Dao Xuanyi's body and soul had completely recovered. When she saw Yang Yanxue had saved Yi Xian again, her eyes instantly turned cold. At this moment, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. After Yang Yanxue brought Yi Xian's weak soul to the 9th floor, she brought Yi Xian directly into the Xiaota. In the Xiaota, Yang Yanxue looked at the weak Yi Xian in front of her and said with a trembling voice, "Brother, hold on." At this moment, Yi Xian's soul was almost transparent, but it had not completely disappeared, because his soul was immortal. However, immortality did not mean that it would not disappear. Moreover, his consciousness was gradually blurring. His body had reached the immortal realm, and his soul had also reached the immortal realm after devouring the green profound sword. However, his will hadn't reached the immortal realm yet. This was also the reason why Dao Xuanyi said that he was a half-step to the Supreme Master stage. His willpower was slightly lacking. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to close his eyes, Yang Yanxue suddenly roared, "Are you going to admit defeat just like that? Are you going to admit defeat just like that?" Yi Xian did not respond. He slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Yang Yanxue suddenly roared, "Are you willing to admit defeat just like that?" Yi Xian said softly, "Sister? Tried my best." Yang Yanxue glared at Yi Xian. "Is trying your best enough? Are you that weak? If you give up just like that, will your father look up to you? Do you think Tianming will look up to you? I will also look down on you. They will all look down on you." Yi Xian said weakly, I want to rest." Yang Yanxue said angrily, "If you rest now you will die. You will die. Do you understand?" Yi Xian's soul became weaker and his consciousness became more and more blurry. Yang Yanxue roared madly, "Brother, don't give up like that." Yi Xian's breath was so weak that it could barely be felt. Yang Yanxue was angry and panicked. "Get up, pretty boy, wake up." At this moment Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Yang Yanxue and said with a trembling voice, "Big sister, what did you call me?" Yang Yanxue was stunned. Then she said, Pretty boy." Yi Xian's throat rolled. Then he said with a trembling voice, "Help me up. I feel like I can still hold on for a while." Yang Yanxue slowly helped Yi Xian up. She looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian clenched his fists. His entire soul was trembling. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. However, his soul was trembling. Give up. Yixian's facial features gradually became twisted and sinister. When was the most difficult time in his life? Of course it was when he was in Qing City. At that time his mother had passed away. He and his sister only had each other to rely on. In that cruel family, it was even more difficult to survive than now. But at that time he didn't give up. Why should he give up now? At this moment he also understood one thing. Faith. At that time the one who supported him was his sister. At that time he never thought about dying. If he died, who would take care of his sister? She was still so young. He was her one and only. Not only could he not die, he had to live well. It was because of this faith that he never thought of giving up. And the reason why he wanted to give up was because he had no attachments. His father was invincible. His sister was invincible. Who should he worry about? There was indeed a lot of reluctance in his heart. However, he knew that even if he died, the people he couldn't bear to part with would be fine. If a person didn't have faith, then he wouldn't have the will to fight. At this moment he wanted to live. Live well. For who? This time he did it for himself, for Qing Er. Why did he have to become Qing Er's burden? What? Can't I fight for Qing Er's honor? Was he really going to be a second-generation heir for the rest of his life? He still had so many people he cared about. Why should he die? Yixian suddenly opened his eyes and bellowed, "No!" As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly soared from his soul into the sky. In an instant, the entire world within the small pagoda trembled violently, as if there was a great earthquake. It was extremely terrifying. Immortal will. At this moment, Yixian finally broke through the shackles of his will and became immortal. Now that his will was immortal, Yixian stood up and looked at Yang Yanxue. "Sister, I want to rebuild my body." At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination. Rebuild the immortal body. As long as his body recovered, he would reach the supremacy level because his will and soul had reached the limit of immortality. As long as his body recovered and reached the limit of immortality, he would surpass the immortality level and become a supremacy. Yang Yanxue nodded, "That's easy. I don't have much, but I have a lot of money." As soon as she finished speaking, she took out another storage ring. She hesitated for a moment before she said, "Little brother, this is the last of my possessions." Yixian looked at Yang Yanxue. "Call me sister once, always sister." Yang Yanxue curled her lips, then handed the storage ring to Yixian. "You can have it. Worst comes to worst, I'll get Little White to plunder more." Yixian took the storage ring, then said seriously, "Thank you." These words came from the bottom of his heart. If not for Yang Yanxue, he would really be dead. From the beginning until now, he couldn't even estimate the value of the things he used for cultivation. Cultivation was not something that could be achieved by just relying on talent. It also required money. Hearing Yixian's words, Yang Yanxue shook her head. "There's no need to talk about this between brother and sister." At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young masters, I want to remind you, you are not brother and sister." Yixian was stunned. "Xiaota, what do you mean? Am I really not father's biological son?" Xiaota said in a deep voice, "I mean you are not brother and sister. You are King brother and sister. Brother and sister. She is the elder sister, you are the younger brother, not brother and sister, understand?" Yixian, Yang Yanxue. In the following time, Yixian began to rebuild his body. Yang Yanxue suddenly said, "Brother, I have something that might be helpful to you." Yixian looked at Yang Yanxue. Yang Yanxue was silent for a moment, then she suddenly opened her palm. When she opened her palm cracked and a stream of blood slowly flowed out. Yixian was slightly stunned. "Sister, you are..." Yang Yanxue smiled slightly. "I also have the crazed demon bloodline, and I have taken all kinds of treasures since I was young. You know, I have been with Xiaobai and Arya. Not only have I taken many treasures, I have also drunk Arya's blood. However, I really don't want to cultivate my body, so those treasures and Arya's blood are all wasted to me." Saying that, she looked at the blood in her right palm and then said, "My blood is better than any treasures. Moreover, I also have the crazed demon bloodline, although I haven't awakened it, but after it enters your body, you can make better use of it." Crazed demon bloodline. Although Yang Yanxue also had the crazed demon bloodline, she basically did not risk her life, nor did she go crazy, so the crazed demon bloodline had not awakened. Yixian hesitated and then said, "Sister," Yang Yanxue said softly, "that woman is now above the supreme level and your body has reached the supreme level, but it is far from enough. Your body must reach the same level as her, only then you can fight her. As for my blood, it will definitely be able to improve your physical body to the next level. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Yang Yanxue smiled and said, "Do you know why I came out to train?" Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue and Yang Yanxue smiled slightly. "Mother told me before, she said that I am luckier than you. I have been by her and father's side since I was young, and I have never suffered anything, but you are different. You have been left alone since you were young, and you have suffered all the hardships of the world." Saying that, she shook her head slightly. "I am not convinced. I feel that I can also endure hardships. So, I ran out to train, but the cruelty of reality made me understand that many times, without the help of father and mother, I am afraid I would have died hundreds of times." Saying that, she took a deep breath and her body relaxed and then continued, "I have thought it through now. I have suffered hardships and I have experienced hardships. I feel that I have enough. So, I don't want to work hard anymore. I want to go back and inherit father and mother's family property. With their help, I feel that even if I can't become invincible in the universe, at least it will be easy for me to be able to have few opponents under 3 swords." Hearing that, Yi Xian, who was so touched that he almost shed tears, suddenly froze. Why does it feel a little strange? Where is my feeling? Why do I suddenly not feel touched? Yi Xian. Chapter 2177. Second Generation. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. This is a true second generation. Compared to Big Sis, I'm simply trash. Yang Yanxue suddenly said, "What are you standing there for? Quickly absorb my blood." Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue, hesitated for a moment and then said, "Thank you, Big Sis." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and Yang Yanshue's blood floated into his palm. After that, Yi Xian started to absorb Yang Yanshue's blood. As soon as Yang Yanshue's blood entered his body, Yi Xian's blood started to boil like a drop of water falling into a frying pan. Yi Xian was stunned. What's going on? Suddenly, Yi Xian felt strands of terrifying energy suddenly spread out from within his body, and then his body started to absorb the energy madly. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he sensed this. It really is nourishing. Big Sis didn't lie to me. Her blood is even more nourishing than the tree of life. If I absorb all of Big Sis's blood, then I'll probably die on the spot. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a trace of shame. Big Sis is really good to me. How could I have such shameless thoughts? Calm your mind. Yi Xian stopped letting his thoughts run wild, and he started to absorb Yang Yanshue's blood madly. Gradually, Yi Xian noticed that his body had undergone another qualitative change. It didn't take long for Yi Xian's body to reach the limit of the immortal realm. However, that wasn't the end. His body was still transforming. After reaching the limit of the immortal realm, his body was undergoing another transformation, and it meant that his body would reach another terrifying level. Outside the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Dao Xuanyi gazed silently at the 9th floor of the pavilion. Mu Xian, Lan Shan, and Yu Xian's expressions were extremely unsightly. They hid in there again. Those 2 bastards hid in there again. Can't they have some backbone and fight to the death? Lan Shan suddenly looked at Dao Xuanyi. Supreme Xuanyi, shall we fight our way in? Dao Xuanyi shook his head. If you do that, you will be disrespectful to the pavilion master. Lan Shan said in a deep voice, they've barged in time and again. They're already disrespectful to the pavilion master. We don't have to care so much about it. Dao Xuanyi looked at Mist Mountain and said, then you go. Hearing this, Lan Shan's expression froze. Go by myself? Of course he wouldn't go. What a joke. That pavilion master's strength was so terrifying. If he offended her and she held a grudge against him, wouldn't he just die? Dao Xuanyi withdrew his gaze and said, he'll come out again. As soon as she finished speaking, a man slowly floated out from the window of the distant 9th floor. The moment Yi Xian appeared, Dao Xuanyi's eyes narrowed. Supremacy. Hearing Dao Xian's words, Lan Shan and Mu Xian's minds went blank. Is he AF** King Supreme Martial Artist? Wasn't he just a half-step Supreme Being? The 2 of them stared fixedly at Yi Xian. When they saw that Yi Xian had really reached the Supreme Martial Artist realm, their faces turned as ugly as if they had eaten 10 caddies of dung. He really is a Supreme Martial Artist. How did this fellow cultivate? How long has it been? He directly advanced from a half-step Supreme Being to the Supreme Martial Artist realm? Motherfucker. Is the Supreme Martial Artist realm so easy to cultivate? Yi Xian gazed at Dao Xuanyi and said, again. As soon as he finished speaking, his body started to burn, and then his bloodline started to burn as well. After that, his soul started to burn as well. At this moment Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. It was countless times stronger than before. Mu Xian's expression was extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene. Why does he burn his soul and body like it's a game? Lan Shan's expression was extremely gloomy. I want to know as well. Mu Xian stared fixedly at Qin Shi, whose aura was still skyrocketing. Why is he still able to survive after burning his soul and bloodline? Moreover, he's getting stronger and stronger? Isn't this cheating? Is there any justice in this world? Lan Shan remained silent. The tenacity of Yi Xian's vitality had greatly exceeded their expectations. He was like a freak. Dao Xuani looked at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment she was also slightly shocked. She had not expected that Yi Xian had actually reached the supreme martial artist realm in such a short time. After all, she was also a genius. However, she had spent hundreds of years to advance from the eternal immortal realm to the supreme martial artist realm. Moreover, she was considered to be early. Yet now Yi Xian had reached the supreme martial artist realm in such a short time. This was too abnormal. At this moment Yi Xian's body, soul and bloodline had undergone a qualitative change. Therefore, when he chose to burn his soul, bloodline and body, his aura instantly swept across the heavens like a volcanic eruption. Although he was still a supreme martial artist, his current aura had far surpassed that of a supreme martial artist. Seeing this, Mu Xian and Lan Shan's expressions turned extremely unsightly. Previously, when Yi Xian was a half-step supreme martial artist, his aura was already no weaker than theirs. Now Yi Xian's aura had far surpassed theirs. This was too heaven-defying. This was too inhumane. This cultivation was like a game to him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward, and this step was accompanied by a swing of his sword. This time he didn't just swing a single sword, he swung it 3 times. Slash it over. Slash the present. Slash the future. 3 swords into one. Moreover, the might of this attack was completely different from before. In the distance, Dao Xuani's eyes narrowed slightly, and a solemn expression appeared in the depths of her eyes for the first time. She closed her eyes slowly, and in an instant, the region of space around her had transformed into an enormous vortex. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani suddenly clenched her right fist and smashed it forward. As soon as she executed this punch, the space around her instantly became illusory, and then 3 rays of sword light faintly appeared within that illusory space. Dao Xuani's gaze was icy cold. Shatter. Bang. This punch caused the 3 rays of light to warp, and it wasn't just the present that was warped, the past and future were warped as well. However, the 3 rays of light didn't shatter. The formidable energy contained within the rays of light ceaselessly destroyed the force of Dao Xuani's punch. Moreover, the spatial vortex in the depths of Dao Xuani's body gradually started to become illusory. A wisp of a cold glow flashed in Dao Xuani's eyes, and then she suddenly spread open her right hand and roared furiously, "Boundless eternity!" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly clenched her right hand. The spatial vortex where Dao Xuani resided suddenly split open, and then the 3 rays of light were torn apart at practically the exact same time, causing an extremely terrifying aura to instantly sweep towards the surroundings. The expressions of Mu Xian, Lan Shan, and the others instantly changed drastically, and they retreated madly. In an instant, the space in an area of a few millions of kilometers was directly obliterated by this terrifying force. At the same time, a terrifying fist tore through the surroundings and smashed forcefully towards Yi Xian. Merely the aura of such formidable force caused Mu Su and Lan Shan to feel terrified. An exalted being? At this moment, a trace of an absurd feeling actually arose in the depths of their hearts when they faced this force. We're ants. Both of them exchanged glances, and their eyes were filled with shock. Is this the power of an immortal? In the distance, Yi Xian watched as the fist assaulted him, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Calm down. Focus. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot forward explosively. A sharp tearing sound suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. Bang. Everyone watched as the ray of light slashed directly onto the fist. In the next moment, the fist was blasted into pieces. However, the ray of light was instantly obliterated as well. At the same time, Yi Xian retreated madly. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Dao Xuani's eyes, and then she suddenly vanished on the spot. At the end of the starry sky, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head while a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes. He didn't attack. Meanwhile, Dao Xuani's fist suddenly smashed against Yi Xian's chest, and at practically the exact same moment, Yi Xian's sword pierced through Dao Xuani's chest. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively. This retreat covered a distance of over 100 kilometers, and the space in his path was obliterated inch by inch. Dao Xuani gazed at the sword in front of Yi Xian. The sword had just entered her body when a powerful force suddenly erupted, and then it ceaselessly destroyed her internal organs. At the same time, her soul started to disperse swiftly. Dao Xuani slowly closed her eyes, and then she unfolded her right hand. In an instant, the entire world trembled violently, and then countless strands of mysterious energy surged into her. Her ethereal soul and body gradually started to recover at a visible speed. Moreover, her aura had become even stronger than before. Mu Xian and Lan Shan's expressions were extremely solemn when they witnessed this scene. She was too heaven-defying. Eternal. She grew stronger as she fought. Unless they could kill her with a single strike, otherwise she really wouldn't die. Moreover, she would grow stronger and stronger. Heaven-defying wasn't enough to describe it. Right at this moment, both of them seemed to have thought of something, and they suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's body had cracked apart completely. Especially his chest, it had sunken down, and it was an extremely shocking sight. However, his body hadn't shattered. His body had actually forcefully resisted Dao Xuani's terrifying punch. Mu Xian and Lan Shan exchanged glances, and a wisp of shock flashed through their eyes. Yi Xian's strength was extremely heaven-defying. He'd actually resisted Dao Xuani's terrifying punch. Mu Xian stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Who exactly is he? Lan Shan fell silent. At this moment, both of them were curious about Yi Xian's identity and background. Such a monstrous genius was absolutely not an ordinary person. He might have a formidable power backing him. Meanwhile, Lan Shan spoke abruptly, "Don't think too much about it. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he'll still be killed by Exalt Shen Yi." Mu Xian nodded lightly. Although Yi Xian was heaven-defying, he was still much weaker than Dao Xuani. Dao Xuani was at the immortal realm. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spread his arms, and the next moment he said softly, "Come. Come." As soon as his voice resounded, the surrounding starry sky trembled slightly. Mu Xian and Lan Shan frowned, and a trace of doubt arose in their hearts. What was coming? Right at this moment, both of their pupils suddenly constricted. They saw the starry sky suddenly seethe, and the next moment, countless mysterious forces surged towards Yi Xian like a tidal wave. The power of the myriad worlds in the heavens. The power of the myriad worlds in the heavens. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed again, and his aura was actually approaching Dao Xuani. In the distance, Dao Xuani looked at Yi Xian. "It's time to end this." Yi Xian laughed loudly. "It's time to end this. Come." As soon as his voice resounded, both of them vanished on the spot. Chapter 2178. Bang. The starry sky suddenly started burning. Both of them had utilized their full strength this time. Dao Xian stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who was getting closer and closer, and then she suddenly clenched her right fist and swung it forward. Boundless Nirvana. Bang. With this punch, a terrifying fist light suddenly erupted from her fist. As this fist light appeared, the entire medium world started to tremble. The might of this punch was sufficient to destroy the entire middle world. However, Dao Xian's punch hadn't targeted the middle world. She'd converged her strength onto a single point and targeted Yi Xian. A wisp of a ferocious smile arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth when facing this terrifying punch, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. It was a sword technique that he hadn't utilized for a very long time. At this instant, Yi Xian overlapped madly. One after another, dreadful energy erupted in front of Yi Xian like a volcanic eruption. When that punch collided head-on with Yi Xian's countless overlapped rays of sword light. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded throughout the middle world. Countless people were horrified, and they raised their heads to look towards this area while their eyes were filled with astonishment. On the other hand, Mu Xian and Lan Shan had started retreating madly since a long time ago, and they'd moved far away from Yi Xian and Dao Xian. As that terrifying force erupted, Yi Xian and Dao Xian were suddenly blasted flying. At the instant that Yi Xian's figure was blasted flying, his body had started to be obliterated bit by bit. However, the speed at which his body was being obliterated wasn't so fast this time. So, his body was repairing itself at the same time that it was being obliterated. This time, The speed at which he repaired himself was faster than the speed at which his body was obliterated. So Yi Xian's body was preserved. However, his countenance was pale as a sheet of paper, and his entire body was covered in blood. The strength of this punch had heavily injured him. Dao Xian had stopped moving as well, and her body had started to be obliterated while her soul was swiftly dissipating as well. However, just like Yi Xian, this universe was constantly repairing her body and soul. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised her head and looked at Dao Xianyi. Her lips curled into a ferocious smile, and in the next moment she disappeared on the spot. A ray of sword light tore through the battlefield. In the distance, Dao Xuanyi raised his head and looked at the approaching sword light, his face expressionless. When the sword light arrived in front of her, she suddenly put her palms together, and an invisible barrier appeared in front of her. Boom! Yi Xian's sword struck the barrier, causing it to tremble slightly before cracking open. However, it didn't shatter. In the distance, Yi Xian was just about to attack again. Right at this moment, Dao Xuanyi suddenly vanished on the spot. Yi Xian swiftly raised his head, and at this moment, an afterimage had arrived in front of him. Yi Xian was expressionless. With a thought, countless flying swords suddenly appeared around him. The two of them once again chose to fight head-on. Boom! Countless rays of sword light were destroyed, and Dao Xuanyi suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's throat. Right when she was about to exert force, a sword was suddenly pressed against her throat. The two of them who were very close to each other exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, Dao Xuanyi suddenly exerted force. Crack! Yi Xian's throat directly shattered, and her soul was forced out of her body by Dao Xuanyi. At practically the exact same moment, Yi Xian's sword stabbed into Dao Xuanyi's throat, and then she suddenly slashed it. Dao Xuanyi's throat was directly torn apart. At this moment she had no choice but to abandon her body and escape with her soul. At this moment both of them were in soul form. After they became souls, Yi Xian vanished on the spot once more. Dao Xuanyi suddenly raised her head, and in the next moment her soul directly transformed into numerous afterimages that shot out explosively. Bang! Another explosion resounded in the heavens and the earth, and then both souls retreated explosively at the same time. While Yi Xian was retreating with a thought, numerous flying swords suddenly slashed towards the distant Dao Xuanyi. In an instant, sword energy crisscrossed the heavens and the earth, and sword light filled the air. In the distance, the corners of Dao Xuanyi's mouth curled up slightly, and a ferocious expression appeared on her face. She suddenly stretched out her right hand and then suddenly clenched it. In an instant, the space before her suddenly transformed into a huge black vortex. When Yi Xian's sword light entered this vortex, all of them were distorted, and then they were shattered and obliterated. In the next moment she suddenly charged forward and suddenly smashed her elbow towards Yi Xian. This smash caused the entire heavens and earth to directly split apart like a spider web, and it was extremely terrifying. In the face of this terrifying elbow, Yi Xian suddenly grinned ferociously. In the next moment he transformed into a sword and suddenly slashed forward. He fought head-on. At this moment it was time to see who could survive. Bang! An expanse of sword light suddenly shattered, and then Yi Xian was directly blasted back. Meanwhile, Dao Xuanyi suddenly pressed forward and smashed his fist towards Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly and mysteriously vanished on the spot, and when he appeared again he was already over 30 kilometers away. After he stopped, he opened his palm, and a sword suddenly condensed within it. He slowly closed his eyes, and the sword in his hand trembled violently. In the next moment he suddenly opened his left hand. Sword. As soon as he spoke, the starry sky trembled, and then countless swords suddenly shot through space to arrive above Yi Xian. There were over 1,000,000 swords. At this moment, numerous terrifying sword auras enveloped the entire medium world. In the starry sky, Mu Xian and Lan Shan's expressions had become solemn. At this moment they suddenly realized that they seemed to have slightly underestimated Yi Xian. This idiot's attainments in the sword Dao are really not bad. In the starry sky, Yi Xian pressed his fingers together and swept them across the sword in his hand. In the next moment his eyes directly turned blood red, and in an instant his soul started burning once more. At the same time his blood started burning as well. Bang! Bang! The moment his blood started burning, the sword in his hand directly turned blood red. Not only that, but the 1,000,000 swords behind him also turned blood red. Below, Mu Xian glared at Yi Xian and said angrily, "Damn it! Why does he burn his soul like it's a game? He burns it when he wants it to and stops it when he wants it to." Lan Shan stared at Yi Xian, his expression quite unsightly. How many times had Yi Xian burned his soul? He couldn't remember. In any case, this fella burned his soul, body, and blood whenever he fought. Most importantly, this fella still didn't die. This was really King ridiculous. In fact, the reason why Yi Xian could do this was because of the profound green sword. After he swallowed the profound green sword, his soul directly reached the limit of immortal realm, and not just any ordinary limit of immortal realm. Because although the sword was gone, the profound green sword's special characteristics were still there, such as its special characteristic of suppressing the soul. Because of this special characteristic, Yi Xian could burn his soul crazily without completely vanishing. It was the profound green sword that gave him the ability to burn his soul and not die. Opposite Yi Xian, Dao Xian was expressionless. She opened her palm, and the infinite God ruler appeared in her hand. At this moment she no longer looked down on Yi Xian. Nor did she dare to look down on him. Up until now, Yi Xian was getting stronger every second. Although her realm was one level higher than Yi Xian's combat strength was no weaker than hers, although she also felt that it was ridiculous. At this moment, a huge white dragon suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was the spiritual dragon, the leader of the 36 spiritual veins. The spiritual dragon looked at Yi Xian and Dao Xian in the distance, its face extremely gloomy. Are you trying to destroy this medium world? Yi Xian turned to look at the spiritual dragon, his eyes like a sea of blood. Scram! The spiritual dragon glared at Yi Xian, then scram! After saying that, it turned around and turned into a white light, disappearing into the horizon. Everyone, Yi Xian's face froze. Damn it! What's going on? Mu Xian spoke solemnly, the spiritual dragon is afraid. Mist Mountain fell silent. Afraid? Actually, they were afraid as well. If they had to face Yi Xian alone, then they wouldn't hesitate to turn around and flee as well. The current Yi Xian wasn't someone they could resist. Yi Xian gazed at Dao Xian and then he didn't waste his breath at all. He just vanished abruptly. A ray of blood-red light tore through the battlefield. At the same time, the million swords behind him suddenly tore through the starry sky and slashed towards Dao Xian. At this moment, all the experts in the medium world were horrified. Because Yi Xian's attack had severely threatened the medium world. Dao Xian slowly closed her eyes. She held the ruler vertically between her brows with her right hand, and then she placed the fingers of her left hand on top of the ruler before sliding it down slowly. In the next moment she suddenly opened her eyes, and then she suddenly swept the infinite God ruler, infinite. An extremely terrifying force suddenly swept out with this swing of the ruler. What was infinite? It was limitless and without end. The infinite God ruler had been created by the ancestor of the solitary mystery path, and it contained boundless energy. The two of them collided head-on once more. Bang! In an instant, countless rays of light were obliterated, and the space around Dao Xian was being destroyed madly. As for Yi Xian himself, he was instantly blasted flying. But a moment later he forcefully charged towards Dao Xian once more. In the distance, Dao Xian had been completely disregarding the countless rays of light that were tearing through her surroundings. She suddenly stomped her right foot on the ground and vanished on the spot, and then she swept the ruler towards Yi Xian's head. Neither of them retreated. It was a method of mutual destruction. Right at this moment, a Xiaota suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian's head, and it forcefully resisted Dao Xian's attack. At practically the exact same moment, Yi Xian's right hand transformed into a sword that stabbed into Dao Xian's soul. Bang! Bang! The Xiaota howled miserably, and then it was swept flying for over 100 kilometers. However, it still didn't shatter into pieces because it was supported by Er Ye's horn. Yi Xian stared fixedly at Dao Xian and he spoke fiercely, "Woman, it's over." As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force with his right hand and was about to completely shatter Dao Xian's soul. But right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the infinite God ruler in Dao Xian's hand. Bang! Yi Xian, who was very close to it, was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. And when he stopped, his soul started to become transparent. Everyone gazed at the infinite God ruler, and then a soul slowly floated out from within it. It was a middle-aged man. All of them were stunned. Who is he? The middle-aged man gazed at the slightly weakened Dao Xian and grinned, "Very good. I never expected that a peerless genius like you would actually appear in my solitary mystery path after a few tens of thousands of years." Ah! Mu Xian suddenly exclaimed, "He's the ancestor of the solitary mystery path, Ji Xian." What the fuck? Could he be an expert above the Eternal Realm? The Eternal Realm? As soon as these words were spoken, Lan Shan and the others were petrified on the spot. Dao Xian gazed at Ji Xian and spoke softly, "Ancestral Master." Ji Xian smiled, "Recuperate first." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and gazed at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue had appeared by Yi Xian's side. She held Yi Xian's weak soul in her arms and spoke in a trembling voice, "Little brother." Yi Xian's soul was so weak that it was almost translucent. He grabbed Yang Yanshua's hand and spoke softly, "Big sister, I really can't hold on any longer." Yang Yanshua held Yi Xian tightly and spoke in a trembling voice, "Enough. Enough. You've done enough." Yi Xian grinned, but his smile was pale. He turned around and looked towards the depths of the starry sky, and the image of a plain dress appeared in the depths of his mind. Chinga. It would be regretful to die just like that. However, life and death were not up to anyone. Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed, and the hand that was holding Yang Yanshua's hand also softened at this moment. "Big sister, tell Dad that I'm sorry. I've disappointed him." As soon as he finished speaking, his breath was as thin as silk, almost non-existent. At this moment, the spacetime not far from Yi Xian suddenly split open, and a woman slowly walked out. The woman was wearing a plain dress. The main body. The woman in the plain dress slowly walked in front of Yi Xian. She bent over and took Yi Xian from Yang Lianshuang's arms. She gently caressed Yi Xian's cheek, and her eyes were filled with tenderness, but gradually this tenderness turned into coldness. "Clear the area." As soon as she finished speaking, a sword suddenly descended from the starry sky of Middle World. In an instant the entire Middle World started to burn. Walking Dao sword. Enforcing justice on behalf of heaven? That was in the past. And now, it was enforcing justice on behalf of its brother. Chapter 11, Breaking My Personal Record. Thank you. 592785520 readers have given me 330 monthly votes this month, brothers who have never spoken to me, and brothers who have come to support me, vast blue starry sky who have given me 264 monthly votes, and a low-profile brother Fa Shaoxian who has given me 222 monthly votes. There are also many readers who have given me gifts. Please forgive me for not being able to list them all because there are too many. If I were to list them all, I could write a chapter directly. I have seen every single one of your votes and gifts. Really, I am very touched because you could have read it for free and you could have not spent any money, but you still support me. There is nothing I can do to repay you, so I can only write good books and repay you with more chapters. Thank you to all the readers who have quietly voted and gifted. I know that there are many of them who have voted and gifted me, but they do not say anything. I am really grateful for everyone's support. Finally, those who have money support me and those who have no money support me. Students don't want gifts, and those who are second generation like Yi Xian, please ignore this. Also, yesterday a brother in the group said that I will not break out more than 5 chapters today or else he will do a handstand and have diarrhea. Brother, do you mean what you say? Chapter 2179. As the path sword descended slowly, the entire middle world started to boil. In the next moment, the entire middle world started to burn and gradually became illusory. Everyone was horrified. It was going to annihilate the entire middle world. The expressions of Mu Xian and the others changed drastically at the sight of this, and their eyes were filled with terror. How strong was the aura of this sword? Despair. At this moment they were in despair. They couldn't even muster the thought of resisting this sword. At this moment they felt like ants in front of this sword. No, they were even inferior to ants. Ji Xian stared at the woman in the plain dress, and his eyes were solemn for the first time. "Your Excellency," a strand of sword light suddenly pierced his throat, and his voice stopped abruptly. Ji Xian's pupils constricted, and his mind went blank as if he'd been struck by lightning. How is this possible? That was the only thought in his mind. He was actually killed in an instant? Although he was just a wisp of clone, he was boundless realm. Even if it was a wisp of clone in this sort of place, that was a godlike existence too. How could he be killed in an instant? At this moment, his mind was in a daze. Just at this moment, the spiritual dragon that had rolled away appeared once more. She looked at Tianming, who was holding Yi Xian in his arms, and said with a trembling voice, "Boss, if your sword descends, this middle world will be gone." Tianming glanced at the spiritual dragon with a calm expression. The spiritual dragon's soul trembled from this gaze and she hurriedly said, "I understand. I understand. I'll scram right away." "Boss, do as you please," As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the horizon. Damn it. I don't care about the middle world anymore. Staying alive is the way of the king. Tianming looked at Yi Xian, who was in his arms. At this moment, Yi Xian's soul had actually recovered completely. Not only that, but his body had recovered as well. Yang Yanxue was dumbfounded. What's going on? Yi Xian opened his eyes. When he saw Tianming, he was slightly stunned, and then he smiled bitterly. Qing'er, I'm the king of reliance again. Qing'er gently caressed Yi Xian's cheek and softly said, I don't mind. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, Yang Yanxue lightly touched Yi Xian's hand and then gestured to the starry sky. Yi Xian looked up at the starry sky. At this moment, the starry sky was already burning. Qing'er wants to destroy the entire middle universe. Yi Xian grabbed Qing'er's hand and said softly, Forget it. My skills are inferior to others and I can't beat them. I deserve to be beaten. Don't implicate the other creatures in this universe. Tianming nodded. Whatever Big Brother says. As soon as she finished speaking, the path sword trembled slightly, and then it transformed into a ray of light that descended by her side. With the disappearance of the path sword, all the experts and living beings in the middle world felt relieved. Just a little bit more and this middle world would have been finished. Yang Yanxue looked at Tianming with a strange expression. Actually, she had basically never seen Tianming before. She had only heard of the legends of Tianming. This was an existence that had hung her father up and beaten up. Wasn't she said to be very cold? At this moment she felt that Tianming was quite easy to talk to. Tianming suddenly looked at Ji Xian in the distance. The latter stared at her and said mockingly, Trying to bully me because my true body isn't here? True body. Alive. Hearing this, Mu Xian and Lan Shan instantly felt hope reignite. This Ji Xian is actually still alive. A super expert above the immortal realm. At this time, the path sword beside Tianming suddenly disappeared into Ji Xian's forehead. Ji Xian laughed loudly. What ability do you have to attack this clone of mine? If you have the ability, wait for my true body to descend. As he said this, he seemed to sense something and his pupils suddenly shrank. In the distant endless starry sky, in a certain city, a sword suddenly fell. As this sword fell, the entire floating city became illusory. Within the city, countless powerhouses suddenly looked up, their eyes filled with terror. Who was attacking? Was this going to destroy the seamless city? At this time, an angry roar suddenly resounded from the distant starry sky. How dare you? Who dares to distort spacetime and destroy the seamless city? Do you not want to live? *Sike. Master Tianming, it's you again. Master of Time greets Master Tianming. I kowtow to you. As he spoke, the sound of kowtowing suddenly resounded from the depths of the starry sky. His voice could only be heard by Tianming, but Tianming ignored him. That sword continued to fall straight down. At this time, an angry roar suddenly resounded from the city. Puny swordsman, how laughable. You actually want to use your true body and clone to kill me. How absurd, how laughable. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man charged into the sky. The middle-aged man directly punched the path sword. This middle-aged man was Ji Xian's true body. The moment Ji Xian punched, the path sword directly disappeared into his forehead. There were no fancy tricks. It was an instant kill. It was that simple and direct. An unreasonable instant kill. In the sky, Ji Xian was stunned. He was instantly killed? His true body was actually instantly killed? How was that possible? Was he dreaming? Soon, Ji Xian realized that he was not dreaming because he was disappearing bit by bit, the kind that was about to be erased. At this moment, Ji Xian was shocked and he hurriedly roared, Woman, do you know who my master is? My master is the left protector of the Time Court, the right-hand man of the Time Master. Do you know who the Time Master is? *CK. At this moment, a shocked voice suddenly resounded in the starry sky. It was the Time Master. The Time Master suddenly appeared in front of Ji Xian. When Ji Xian saw the Time Master, he was first stunned and then overjoyed. He was about to speak, but the Time Master's legs weakened and he directly knelt down. He said with a trembling voice, Master Tianming, I swear by the Tao of Time, I don't know this person. My Time Court has nothing to do with this person. At this moment the Time Master actually cried. He really cried. Scared. He was really shocked to the extreme. Those who had not fought with Tianming would not know how terrifying she was. Once upon a time he also thought that he was invincible in the world until one day he met Tianming. On that day he was defeated. One sword. He, the great time master, could not even take one sword from her. If he had not knelt down quickly, he, the time master, would no longer exist in this world. If there really was a god in this world, then Tianming was even more terrifying than a god. At this moment he did not expect that his people from the time court would actually offend Tianming, and the other party even mentioned him. Oh my god. This was a trap for him. Seeing the time master actually kneeling there, Ji Xian's mind went blank. In their hearts, the time master was a godlike existence. And now, this godlike existence was actually kneeling there, trembling. Oh my god. Who was that woman? At this moment, Ji Xian's face was ashen. At this moment, the walking sword in Ji Xian's body slowly floated out and then pointed at the time master. The time master was shocked and hurriedly kowtowed. Master Tianming, I and young Master Yi are sworn brothers. I and young Master Yi are sworn brothers. Young Master Yi. The walking sword trembled slightly and in the next moment, it vanished. Seeing this, the time master's body went limp, and he almost collapsed. He felt extremely fortunate. Young Master Yi. Master Tianming really gave young Master Yi face. Fortunately, he had formed a good karma with young Master Yi, otherwise he would be finished. As if thinking of something, the time master suddenly turned to look at Ji Xian, who was about to vanish completely, and roared furiously, F***ck your ancestors. As he spoke, he slapped out with his palm. Bang. Ji Xian was directly wiped out. Ji Xian. In the middle world. In front of Tianming, Ji Xian's clone gradually vanished, and he looked at Tianming with eyes filled with confusion. Who the hell are you? He did not know what had happened to his main body, but he knew that his main body was gone. His clone was like a duckweed without roots. Even if Tianming did not act, he would vanish completely. Tianming did not answer Ji Xian. She turned to look at Mu Xian and Lan Shan, and their expressions changed drastically. Lan Shan stared at Tianming, fight her to the death. Mu Xian nodded, all right. Lan Shan's expression was ferocious. Woman, I don't believe you're really that strong. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Tianming. And he chose to ignite his soul and body as well. If Yi Shen could ignite his soul, so could he. They were all human, so why should he be afraid? Needless to say, Lan Shan did have some ability. After he ignited his soul and body, his aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. Although it was not as strong as Yi Shen and Dao Xian, it was still extremely terrifying. In the distance, Tianming looked at Mu Xian with a calm expression. When Lan Shan was only a few dozen meters away from Tianming, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Bang. Lan Shan's body shook violently, and then it became illusory. Instant kill. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. Moreover, he did not even see Tianming attack. Lan Shan looked at Tianming in the distance and he was slightly at a loss. Am I that weak? It was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Am I that weak? That's a supreme exalt. In the shadows, the face of the branch president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yu Xian, was extremely pale. At this moment, he realized why the pavilion master had given the Dark Heaven token to Yi Xian. It was because he was too narrow-minded. Meanwhile, Lan Shan suddenly turned to look at Mu Xian. Why didn't you attack? Mu Xian spoke with a trembling voice. Is there any point? Lan Shan laughed miserably. No. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished completely. He was directly wiped out. Mu Xian gazed at Tianming, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, Can I spare your life if I surrender? As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly pierced through the space between his brows and was wiped out. Everyone was speechless. In the depths of the starry sky, the spirit dragon trembled with fear. Fortunately, if** cat off quickly. The world laughs at me for being a coward and I laugh at their stupidity. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the boundless starry sky. In the end, Tianming turned to look at Dao Xian. Dao Xian stared at Tianming with a calm expression, and there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. Tianming gazed at Dao Xian. Is it someone you called? Dao Xian replied with a question. Who are you? A sword suddenly pierced through the space between Dao Xian's brows, and then his body stiffened while his soul instantly became illusory. Tianming gazed at Dao Xian. I asked you to answer, not ask. P.S. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Chapter 2180. Stars flickered in Yang Yanshua's eyes when she heard Tianming. How domineering. That's how women should be. I'll stab my sword through the head of anyone I don't like. Ah. Yang Yanshua started to daydream, and she couldn't help but start laughing as she thought about it. Dao Xuani stared at Tianming from afar. You're very strong, but I'm not afraid of you. She wasn't even afraid of death, so she naturally wasn't afraid of anyone. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Qing didn't call for help just now. Ji Xian came out on his own. Tianming turned to look at Yi Xian. Do you need me to deal with her for you? Yi Xian smiled. There's no need. Because I defeated her just now. If Ji Xian hadn't appeared at the last moment, then he would have killed Dao Xuani. Tianming nodded slightly. She flicked her sleeve and the walking sword returned to her hand. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Qing, little soul? Tianming suddenly opened her palm. In an instant the entire world became illusory, and then a sword appeared in her hand. The green profound sword. Tianming suddenly said, Soul, come. As soon as she finished speaking, the green profound sword trembled slightly. In the next moment, little soul's soul was condensed once more. It wasn't creating a new soul, it was soul return. Dao Xuani's eyes were filled with disbelief when he witnessed this scene. Resurrection? Dao Xuani couldn't help but ask, How did you do that? Qing suddenly waved her right hand. Slap. Dao Xuani's soul was slapped flying into the starry sky. Yang Ninshua's expression froze when she witnessed this scene. Tianming's temper really isn't very good. The green profound sword in her hand trembled slightly. Tianming gazed at the sword. She pressed her fingers together to hold the sword lightly, and then she swung it down. As soon as she swung it down, two large words appeared on the sword. Invincible. Invincible? Yi Xian was stunned. Tianming placed the green profound sword in front of Yi Xian. I have given her a new life. From today onwards, no matter what level you are at, as long as you activate this sword, she will be able to forcefully raise your cultivation by 2 realms without any side effects. That's not all. From now on, this sword contains the power of time. So long as you draw on the power of time, you can destroy all techniques and Daos in the world. Not only that, from now on, no technique can harm this sword, no Daos can suppress it, and no time can destroy it. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. The Qingxian sword was going to be invincible? At this time, Xiaota suddenly floated in front of Tianming. I, Xiaota, am willing to go through water and tread on fire for young master. If I don't die, the young master won't die. If you want the young master to die, you must first kill me, Xiaota. For the young master, I dare to do anything. Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Yinxue glanced at Xiaota. Xiaota, you'll be beaten to death. Xiaota. Tianming looked at Xiaota, not saying a word. Xiaota hesitated, then said, Sister Tianming? I don't want to be just a pagoda anymore. Tianming's expression was calm. Then what do you want to do? Xiaota immediately said, I want to be an invincible pagoda. Qing Yi Xian was speechless. Damn, isn't it still a pagoda? I thought you wanted to be a human. Tianming opened her palm, and Xiaota fell into her hand. She put her fingers together and lightly touched Xiaota's pagoda. Xiaota trembled slightly, and in the next moment, his pagoda body actually started to change. Originally, his pagoda body was golden, but now, it was gradually turning dark purple. Tianming looked at Xiaota. I use sword qi to shape your body, but you're too weak to withstand the power of my sword qi. So, I controlled the power of the sword qi and used less than 1/1,000,000th of it. Hearing this, Yang Yinxue, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. Her mouth was so wide that an egg could fit inside. Yi Xian was also a little confused. 1/1,000,000th of it? His mind was blank. Xiaota suddenly asked, Sister Tianming, how much is 1/1,000,000th of it? Tianming was silent. Xiaota hesitated for a moment, then said, Sister Tianming, how big is the gap between me and you? Tell me honestly, I, Xiaota, can withstand any blow. Tianming glanced at Xiaota. A little bit. A little bit. Xiaota instantly became excited. Sister Tianming, you're not lying to me? Tianming nodded. Xiaota suddenly laughed out loud. Sister Tianming, I will work hard. One day I, Xiaota, will surpass you. Tianming, Yang Yinxue sighed softly. Xiaota's brain is screwed. Yang Yinxue seemed to have thought of something, and she hurriedly walked over to Yi Xian's side. She pulled on Yi Xian's sleeve lightly and then she said softly, Little brother, you promised big sister. A sword? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then he said, Qing can you forge a sword for big sister? If it was anyone else, then he would definitely refuse. But big sister was different. If big sister hadn't risked her life to protect him, then he would have been dead by now. Qing glanced at Yang Yinxue, and then she pondered deeply for a moment before she said, What do you want? Yang Yanshua hurriedly said, anything. Anything you want. Tianming nodded slightly and then she opened her palm. In an instant the entire world trembled, and then countless snowflakes surged over from all directions. As the snowflakes entered the world, the temperature of the entire world instantly plummeted. Meanwhile, Tianming opened her palm, and a strand of sword energy appeared in front of her. The snowflakes surged into the sword energy, and it didn't take long for a sword of ice and snow to condense into a sword of ice and snow. Tianming gazed at Yang Yanshua. Use snow as the body of the sword and my sword energy as the soul. As she spoke, she placed the sword before Yang Yanshua. Yang Yanshua hurriedly took the sword, and then her eyes lit up. The sword felt cold in her hand, but it wasn't cold. She didn't know if it was strong, but it was beautiful. Moreover, it was snow. Her name was Yang Yanshua. She really liked this sword. As if she'd thought of something, Yang Yanshua suddenly asked, Big brother Tianming, how much strength did you use in that sword energy? Tianming gazed at Yang Yanshua. Are you sure you want to know? Yang Yanshua immediately shook her head. I understand. I understand. Saying that, she smiled bitterly. Big brother Tianming, is there anything in this world that can withstand the power of your complete sword energy? Tianming nodded. There is. Yang Yanshua was a little curious. What is it? Tianming looked at Yang Yanshua. That arrogant little girl's body. Arrogant little girl. Yang Yanshua was stunned at first, and then her expression changed drastically. F***ck. Area. Hearing Tianming's words, Yixian also felt a little embarrassed. Area. If he used Aria's body as the body of the sword, and then used Qing Er's sword energy as the soul. Thinking of this, Yixian suddenly felt a little ashamed. Aria was a very loyal friend. I can't think like this. Yang Yanshua glanced at Tianming, and began to worry for Aria. Aria was good at everything, but she didn't like to admit defeat. She was stubborn, and even if she couldn't beat her opponent, she would fight first and then talk later. At this time, Tianming looked at Yixian. I'm leaving. Yixian was stunned and then hurriedly asked, Where to? Tianming said, The Milky Way. Yixian said in a deep voice, Qing Er, can you tell me what you're doing in the Milky Way? Tianming was silent. Yixian said softly, Can't you say? Tianming shook his head. Of course I can. I'm going to the Milky Way to suppress someone. Yixian slightly frowned. Someone? Suppress? Tianming nodded. Yixian said in a deep voice, Can you kill that person? Tianming looked at Yixian. It's a little complicated. Complicated. Yixian was silent. Qing Er also felt complicated, and it seemed this matter wasn't simple. Tianming said softly, You've changed a lot. In fact, she was a little surprised. She thought Yixian would ask her for advice, but Yixian didn't. I've finally matured. Yixian smiled. After the previous battle, not only did his strength increase greatly, but his state of mind also underwent earth-shattering changes. If one didn't force themselves, they would never know how good they were. Qing Er suddenly walked in front of Yixian and said softly, Good luck. After saying that, she hugged Yixian and turned to leave. At this time, Yang Yanshua suddenly said, Boss Tianming, can I ask you something? Qing Er looked at Yang Yanshua, not saying a word. Yang Yanshua was a little embarrassed. Yixian smiled, Ask away. Yang Yanshua hurriedly returned to Xiaota's room and took out the ancient book written by the mysterious pavilion master. She flipped to the first page and said, Boss Tianming, what do you think of the pavilion master's theory of the universe? Qing Er glanced at the book in silence. Yang Yanshua wanted to ask something else, but Qing Er suddenly said, This person's knowledge far surpasses Miss Nian's. Surpasses Miss Nian's. Yixian's expression changed drastically when he had heard that. He had to admit that he was shocked. Sister Nian. After all, how terrifying was Sister Nian's wisdom and knowledge. She was practically second only to the three swords. But this mysterious pavilion master's knowledge actually surpasses Sister Nian's? Is he really that heaven-defying? Qing Er suddenly withdrew her gaze and looked at Yixian. I'm leaving. Then she hugged Yixian gently. Then she turned around. She disappeared as soon as she turned around. Yixian and Yang Yanshua fell silent. Is this mysterious pavilion master really that terrifying? A trace of worry flashed through Yixian's eyes as if he'd thought of something. Qing Er is suppressing something. All of a sudden he began to worry. The stronger it is, the more he feels that the universe isn't simple. It really is endless. Are Qing Er Dad and Big Brother really the ceiling of the boundless universe? Yixian fell silent. Meanwhile, young Yanshua suddenly said, "Brother, I'm leaving as well." Yi Xian looked at young Yanshua. "You're leaving as well?" Young Yanshua nodded. "I've been out for a long time. Mother must be worried." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then he said, "Are you going back to inherit the family property?" Young Yanshua laughed heartily. "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment and then he said, "Sister, can you give me some when the time comes?" How lowly. Young Yanshua smiled mischievously. Of course. Of course." As soon as she finished speaking, she hugged Yi Xian lightly. "Brother, good luck. I look forward to the day you crush Dad. If you have any difficulties, you can look for me. I can't fight, but I have a lot of money. I'll use my money to smash them to death." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the horizon. Yi Xian fell silent and he suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. Suddenly, the sky in the distance split apart, and then a beautiful woman walked out from within it. She glanced at the surroundings and said, "Where's the president of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's branch, Yu Xian?" Yu Xian was stunned and then he hurriedly said, "I am. May I know who you are?" The woman glanced at Yu Xian, and then she withdrew a command token. "According to the orders of the pavilion master, you're no longer the president of this branch. Your actions will be judged by the elders." Yu Xian's face was ashen. "I'm finished?" He knows that his future is gone. The woman turned around to look at Yi Xian and then she bowed slightly. "Respected young Master Yi, this matter was caused by my Immortal Treasure Pavilion." Yi Xian suddenly withdrew the Black Heaven token, and then he tossed it aside like trash. He tossed the token aside and then he turned around and left. The woman was speechless. "Thank you to all the friends who tipped me yesterday. There were too many to list. Thank you very much. It'll erupt again on the 15th of this month, and it might even be earlier. Watch my writing speed. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Seeking monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.